Hello, Shoggoth Unknown here. Welcome to Divinity Original Sin 2 Enhanced Edition. Today is the 7th of May, 2022, local time 12:46. Yesterday we finished up Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition, and I'd been planning all along that I wanted to play this next. I was super excited about playing both. In fact, when I started up my playthrough for that one stream before hiatuses and everything took hold, when I started up my playthrough with Captain Copperbeard last year, we intended to do a 4-player version of this with Jägermeister and Freyu after we finished up our 2-player game of the first game, the previous game. First is not accurate. There are older Divinity games, Divine Divinity, Divinity 2. I feel like there's one more. Beyond Divinity. Yeah, there's some older, and then there's of course Dragon Commander, right? Yeah, I think. Anyway, here we are, Divinity Original Sin 2 Definitive Edition. This game has a lot of differences compared to the previous game, but it's also, in a lot of ways, really polished and refined, and I mean that in a good way. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun going through and seeing the differences. There are some things that I don't like as much about this game. I am going to be using this whole gift bag feature, which are basically official mods that kind of come bundled into the game for free. I'm going to be using some of these. It's not necessarily a purist experience, but I'm going to, state my reasoning for them just to make it clear, like, what's going on. And there's going to be a lot of interesting ways in which the stories and the games contrast, I think, and the way that our characters contrast. We'll see how that works, but I think one of the things this game does better is I feel like dialogue and just the way the whole character system and everything works, I feel like it's much better in this game. Again, it's like this game feels a lot more polished in a lot of ways, but in some ways both games have pros and cons. So it's going to be interesting going into it. I really, really like this game. I'm not trying to say it in a bad way. Again, I think this game is more polished, so that's a good thing. I'm really excited for some very specific moments throughout the game. Looking forward to like certain fights or certain story beats or certain areas. So yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. So let's go ahead and get into this and figure out what we're doing with the character. Unlike Original Sin, I kind of know what I want to do, but I don't have like a strict plan in place like I did. I mean, it was a loose plan, I guess, but I don't really know exactly how I'm going to handle my my character development, if you will, in terms of like which things I get, when I get them, how I get them. But this game is pretty forgiving in terms of like respecing, so I don't think it's something we need to be too concerned about. So anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into it. I'm going to go to, not full screen, we're going to do this. Check it out. This may not seem like a big deal, but at the bottom of the screen there, I managed to keep my my ticker and like my name and stuff. So if we switch over, this is what I was using for Original Sin. And then we just slightly shorten the game vertically. Bring those back in. And all I did is add a toggle for these. So there we go. Anyway, this is the gift bag thing, but I think it just tells us we can't activate them here. But there are 5 gift bags, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 gift bags, and each one actually has multiple mods that you can enable. So I will also comment, I'm not going to go to the arena because, spoilers, it's going to show a bunch of characters and stuff that you can play as, but the arena is what it sounds like. You could do offline with CPUs, or you could do online battles. It's literally just pick an arena and set up some stipulations on how the battle's going to work, and just wail on each other until you have a winner. So it's pretty cool. I mean, I think there's like different objectives. I don't know, there's like capture the flag or whatever, like King of the Hill kind of thing. I don't remember, but I just did a bunch of like death matches when I used to mess with it. Game Master is really cool because then you could load in maps and one person actually takes the control of a game master, and it's basically D&D. They're able to spawn things, they're able to like tell players to make checks based on certain skills. It's basically D&D through the game. It's really cool to watch. I don't know how much it's been fleshed out. I watched a bunch of footage from when it was a brand new feature, and it was pretty cool. I don't know if they've really updated it much since then, but it has a lot of potential. And it's not something I'm going to be dealing with, but it's great for like online play. And then obviously we have the story. Now, this screen looks pretty similar to what we had in the first game, single player, multiplayer. And then we get to pick which difficulty we want: Explorer, Classic, Tactician, Story Mode. I'm gonna go, so Explorer is like easy. Tactician's the difficult one. I don't know what Story Mode is, because I thought Explorer was supposed to be like, yeah, the game's easy if you just want to get the story. So I'm not sure the difference between Explorer and Story. Well, we'll click it. You're here for the fun and the fantasy, but not for a rigorous challenge. Well, it's Explorer. You prefer a fair but forgiving adventure that rewards clever thinking in and out of battle. Classic. You're cunning, resourceful, and prepared for the perils that await. Tactician. That's cool art. Wow. And then we have regular. Bring it on. Combat is demanding and your foes are devious and observant. For every surprise you spring, they will respond with two of their own. Not for the faint of heart. Honor. Failure is not an option. Raise the stakes by limiting the already highly challenging tactician mode to a single save game. If your entire party perishes, the save game is erased and your quest is well and truly over. So we're gonna go classic, normal. And we're gonna see our first major difference between the games. Loading screens. No, I'm joking. Actually, the loading screens on this game are going to be longer. So that is something to get used to, but they're not gonna be terrible. Ah, delicious drink. Oh man. Just downed like half of that monster. The burn, the cold burn felt so good in my throat. Love it. So, here you can select, hold on. Okay, now something weird was happening, but it's fine. Understood. We're gonna say nobody can join my game. So what we have here is the first big difference between the games is this is not a second character that I'm making. This is my multiplayer settings. So we're gonna say nobody. It's just me. And then here we have me, it's the Red Prince. So we have two different types of characters. We have origin characters and we have custom characters. Origin characters are essentially pre-built characters, sort of, more on that, but they're essentially pre-built characters who, like, they have their own story, their own storyline. They may or may not, I don't think they have unique, they might have some unique stuff. But basically, yeah, they have these backstories and everything. Whereas you can also make like a custom character, and yes, we have undead. Undead lizard. That's actually another big, how did I not even comment on that? We can be a lizard now. Origin characters have a rich personal background, custom stories, and unique tags. Note that custom characters don't, oh wait, it went away. That's fine. So this is an elf. That's also new, we couldn't be an elf before. That's a human. And we could be a dwarf. And once more a human. And then, yeah, undead. So then we have custom of each race. So we have dwarves, elves, humans, lizards, And then we have undead dwarves, elves, humans, and lizards. So there we are. Again, the origin character... So, actually, I should use this to contrast it a little bit. If we go to... Let's say we wanted to make a custom human. We could go to tags, and they determine what options are available to you in dialogue and how the world reacts to your party members. Custom characters have race, gender, and background tags. Origin characters have unique origin tags. So... we could say a barbarian, a savage, an animal. They don't know what it's like to need to fight, tooth and claw, just to survive. You do. Or a jester, quick with a quip and soft of song, or excuse me, quick with a quip and swift of song. You are an entertainer above all. You can disarm the public with your bawdy tales and mesmerize them with midnight frights. Mystic, cracks in reality lead you to other times and places. Some of the void, some of the gods. Your vision is not quite your own, but you can make use of it. Noble. Born to riches and luxury, you have an aristocratic bearing, eloquent speech, and the finest manners. Outlaw. Back alleys and rooftops know well the tread of your boot. You've got friends in low places and enemies to match. Scholar. Intelligent and curious, your appetite for learning far exceeds your taste for bloodshed. Books and scrolls are your dearest possessions. And soldier. Trained in order, obedience, and warfare, you know the difference between a latrine and a lieutenant. So we also have like human and male are just built in because that's what I have selected. Oh, we can get him in his draws. So if we pick like scholar and mystic, so we could do that. And now those are unique tags that are going to affect things, and they can affect a lot of things. They'll come up in the weirdest places. And what they basically do though is they can provide you unique ways to get through situations. We also have an instrument, which is not a big deal. It will take lead in the music during fights and will highlight various moments of your adventure. So when something's happening related to the character, like their turn in combat or something, it'll switch to this instrument, which is actually a really cool feature. So let's go ahead and get back to the origin here. And just for completion's sake, just to do everything, we're going to be here for a bit. But let's go ahead and just listen to their origin stories. So I'm going to read this, and then we're going to listen to origin story, because it's going to be separate. So the Red Prince, you are infamous, a brilliant warrior general exiled from his empire for cavorting with demons. Fallen from grace, you refuse to give up. The throne will be yours again.
For my unique red skin and unparalleled skills as a general of the House of War, I, the Red Prince, was raised within the vast palaces of the fabled Forbidden City. I was destined to become the next emperor. But my ambitions suffered a bit of a setback when I fell from grace for cavorting with demons. Now, I'm exiled and hunted by assassins. But I assure you, I remain undaunted and as determined as ever to claim my rightful throne.
All right, there we have the Red Prince. Now, Sebille. A slave no longer, you still bear the living scar your master used to dominate you. He turned you into an assassin, made you hunt your own kin. Now you hunt him. That'd be the scar right there on her face.
I used to be a slave, kept under the thumb of the master, the bastard that made me hunt down my own kin. How did he do that, you ask? With the living scar you see on my cheek, this horror that takes no more than a song sung by Master Dearest to control my very thoughts. But now the tables have turned. I broke my shackles, and when I finally find him, I will make the Master sing a very different kind of song.
Ifan ben-Mezd, a crusader in Lucien's army, you lost your faith as war claimed countless innocents. Now you're a lone wolf mercenary. Your mission? Kill Lucien's son.
Once I was a crusader for the Divine Order. I pledged my life to Lucian the Divine. The war changed everything. He sent me to save the elves I grew up amongst. I arrived too late. Lucian ordered the use of death fog against the Black Ring, annihilating everyone I once knew in the process. Now I'm a mercenary killer, one of the infamous lone wolves. And my next target is none other than Lucian's own son.
Beast. Your failed rebellion against the Queen nearly destroyed you, so you began a new life on the high seas. Now your old enemy is back. If you don't stop her, no one will.
I was just thinking about someone I used to know. My cousin, the Queen, in fact. A tyrant. I tried to stop her, but things don't always go according to plan. She cast me out to a forgotten island and made short work of my allies too. Lucky for me, I was able to commandeer a ship and began a new life for myself out on the high seas. Aye, but I hear that the Queen is at it again, and there's something darker behind her madcap schemes this time. If I don't stop her, I don't know who will.
Lohse. You're a musician, performer, star, and host to all manner of disembodied visitors. Now, one dark voice has silenced them all and aims to claim your body for itself.
Life, I've been a performer, a musician, beloved and celebrated by all. But I have a secret. I'm also a playground for sprites and spirits and worse. The voice that rings inside me now is darker than any that came before. Almost caused a bunch of my fans to rip each other to pieces. But you can trust me. I've got this under control. Step 1. Find out who, or what, is trying to take control of my mind. Step 2. Make it sorry it ever tried.
Fane. You woke up and your world was gone. The last of your kind, you hide behind a charmed mask, searching for the truth about a history that no one knew existed.
Oh, don't stare. How would you look after eons in some ghastly crypt? Your people are rather prone to death. Mine are not. Yet when I emerged from my completely unjustified imprisonment, I found them gone. Our culture forgotten. Any trace of the world I knew all but obliterated. I must even hide my true face beneath an ever-shifting mask for fear you savages will attack me. That is how I wander this strange world. Trying to uncover the truth about a history you primitive people never even knew existed.
And that's it for the origin characters. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick one of the origin characters because, to be fair, I've never actually ran with a custom character, but these origin characters have so much backstory and stuff involved. They're really interesting, and I think they're worth using. You get to do so many extra things that, say you ran through the game with 4 custom characters, there are some things that you would still be able to dabble in, but you wouldn't get like the full picture. You wouldn't really be able to experience it the same. So we'll look at the talents here for each one real quick. So for the Red Prince, he's sophisticated, which gives you some fire resistance and poison resistance. And he has Spell Song. You get +1 in persuasion from Spell Song. Sebille is Corpse Eater. Lets you eat body parts to access the memories of the dead. And then Ancestral Knowledge gives you +1 Lore Master. Ifan ben-Mezd has Ingenious, which is a 5% critical chance and 10% critical multiplier. And Thrifty for a +1 to bartering. Beast has Sturdy, 10% maximum vitality, and 5% dodging. And Dwarven Guile for +1 in sneaking. Lohse has Ingenious for that same 5% bonus critical chance, 10% extra critical multiplier, and Thrifty for the +1 in bartering. And then Fane here has Undead, lets you heal from poison, but regular healing will damage you instead. You will receive poison status even if you have magic armor. So we're talking about a mechanic here that's new to this game, and it doesn't make sense yet, but I'm not going to explain that yet, but that's really good, because if your only way to heal is through poison, it's really good that you'll get poisoned through magic armor. We'll understand that soon enough. And then he also has Ingenious. So the other thing to look at here, and just kind of keep in mind, is that the Red Prince here is preset as a battle mage, but we could change him. We could make him a cleric. We could make him a wizard, a witch, a wayfarer, shadowblade, rogue, ranger, metamorph, knight, inquisitor, fighter, enchanter, conjurer. And there's, yeah, back to the cleric. So what this says though is he is slightly designed around being a battle mage, but you can make him anything you want. So some things like the... Oh no, actually, never mind. The battle mage is what it's... Never mind, I'm wrong. I thought it was changing the preset for every character. So they are kind of slightly designed around specific classes just based on how their talents work. So if we look at, like, Sebille, she's kind of set up as a little bit more of like an, you know, an assassin, like a rogue-like character, but you can make her anything you want. Right, so that's important to keep in mind. I mean, it straight up says assassin here, right? So sometimes, like, their talents and things that they come with might be better suited to a specific class, but you're not really tied to it too hard. Like, Flesh Sacrifice is specifically a... It's basically like the adrenaline skill from the last game, which was part of the Scoundrel skill set. Right, so you gain an action point, and then you get damage boost, but you also... Yeah, I think you also end up you lose some for it. So it's a little bit better, because you don't lose action points the next turn, but it's a similar idea. Alright. So I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go... So the first time I played this game, I used Lohse here. And it is cool to see how, like, they completely change how the characters look depending on what you have selected. Because different armors. Metamorph. See, there's new skills and stuff that we're seeing here too. We're gonna take a look at those as I go through the build process. Now I am looking for, wait, did I miss? There it is. There it is. Conjurer. First time I played the game, I was Lohse because the idea of having like the possession and everything sounded really interesting to me. The second time I played, I did play as Fane, and I think I'm gonna play as Fane again. So again, he's obviously undead, and he could do a thing called Play Dead, so fool enemies into thinking you're dead. Cooldown of skills will be paused. Any action you take will cancel this status. So this is similar to invisibility. It's a way to just get the enemies off of you if you're like really having some issues. We have something here called Time Warp. Target a character. Whenever this character ends a turn in combat, they immediately get a free turn. So that's pretty OP. That's pretty good. And again, we're gonna start with the Conjurer preset. Now we go into appearance and we can change what he looks like. So we could actually change like the, we can give him hair. we could totally give him hair. I think I'm just gonna go with no hair. I'm gonna go with the default. But just kind of pointing out, you could change their appearance. You can't change their name. Actually, is it? No, it won't let me. Right? Yeah, it won't let me. Because these characters are they have like voice acting and stuff, so they're referred to by name. Okay, so now here's where we get into the interesting stuff, right? So we have the preset gives us some intelligence and some constitution. Now I might want to take some of that constitution away. We also have, in abilities, we have summoning, which is now a specific ability, right? So in the previous game, each class of magic had their own summons, right? So Hydrosophist had ice summons, right? Ice elementals. Aerothurge had air elementals, and so on. In this game, there is a specific summoning school of magic. And this is the reason I'm picking Conjurer, because it can be extremely powerful early in the game, and around level 12 or so, you kind of want to phase out of it a little bit, or rely on it a little bit less if you want to like really stay ahead of the power curve and like just be super busted. But this game is very forgiving with respecs, so that's fine. So summoning here, it also has other effects, and this is something that this game does that wasn't really... Some abilities in the previous game did affect your stats, but in this game, like, every ability has some way that it affects you, aside from just letting you learn new spells and such. And in this case, it increases vitality, damage, physical armor, and magic armor of your summons and totems. Oh, I thought that was affecting... Okay, it's not affecting me, per se. There are skills that do, though. And we'll take... There are abilities that do. Yeah, spending points on combat abilities generally increases the damage you do in the skill schools you invest in. However, there are other benefits as well. Read the descriptions of the schools to fully understand what the invested points will do. So let's take... Oh, wait. Civil abilities are non-combat abilities. They come in handy when you are not solving a situation through conflict. So an example here, Necromancer heals you whenever you deal damage directly to vitality. Now, at level 1, you heal for 10% of the damage you deal. But the other thing to note there is that Necromancer is still a magical school that you need to level up to learn abilities. So there are two benefits to leveling that up. Every time you level up Polymorph, you get a free attribute point. But it's also a magical school. Warfare, physical attacks deal 5% more damage. But it's also, I don't know, magical school, but it is the quote-unquote magical school for, like, physical abilities, right? Huntsman, plus 5% to all damage when attacking from high ground. And it says, note this bonus is applied after all other bonuses. So, yeah. So we could go through all that there are a lot of these that are similar. So Warfare was basically in the last game. That was the Man-at-Arms skill. Huntsman is the Ranger skill. Scoundrel was in the last game. Pyrokinetic, Hydrosophist, Aerithers, Geomancer were all in the last game. Necromancer's new, Summoning is new, and Polymorph is new. And then we still have single-handed, two-handed range, dual wielding. Retribution is a new skill, a new combat ability, which just reflects damage, so it's alright. Leadership, it was in the last game. Perseverance is new, restores magic armor after you recover from frozen or stunned, and restores physical armor after knocked down or petrified. So I'm thinking about whether or not I want this leadership. What I could do is I could actually put that point into Polymorph. And then for Lore Master identifies enemies and allows you to identify items. I'm going to take that one away, and I'm going to get Persuasion. Because I want to have Persuasion from the start of the game. Persuasion in this game works a little bit differently. Okay, so that's my modification there. Now the fun thing is I have an extra attribute point. The attributes panel shows the primary stats you can spend points in after you level up. Primary stats have a direct influence on secondary stats. So intelligence, yes. Memory is a new... Okay, so yeah, we have strength, which was in the last game. Finesse is dexterity, basically. Intelligence, constitution, same as the last game. Memory is new. You have memory slots, which are required to learn skills. And then more powerful skills cost more memory slots. So this is going to be something we have to keep in mind. And then wits affect your critical chance, initiative, and your ability to detect traps and find hidden treasures. I'm going to take a little of that vitality off. We're going to put some in intelligence. I don't really need anything in memory right now, but we'll do that. And now let's look at skills. So because I put a point in Polymorph, we can actually pick from Polymorph skills, which have Chicken Claw, turn the target character into a chicken. Squawk. Chameleon Cloak grants you the power to blend in with any environment as if invisible. Bullhorns, magnificent horns sprout from your forehead, making you see red. You can rush at your enemies and gore them. Increases retribution ability by 1 for the duration. Incompatible with Medusa Head. And then we have Tentacle Lash. Lash out at your opponent, dealing 7 to 8 physical damage and setting atrophy on them. Set atrophy for 1 turn. Damage is based on your level and receives bonus from strength. Okay, so polymorph is... We're not talking about, you know, polymorphism and programming here. We're talking about, like, the other meaning of it, which, well, they both kind of mean the same thing. Of, like, changing something's form. So, like, turning something into a chicken or sprouting horns, right? So, some cool stuff. We have Dimensional Bolt, Conjure Incarnate, and Elemental Totem. Those are the 3 that I'm starting with. The only other option I have here is Farsight Infusion, which unlocks a ranged attack for the Incarnate. As good as that can be, I think I do want Dimensional Bolt. So we're going to leave those skills as is. It looks kind of dope. He's naked. Nekkid, naked. Talents determine a character's unique features. Select talents to complement a character's abilities and attributes. So they started me with Pet Pal, which is probably what I would do. We have a lot of other talents that we've already seen before from the last game. I'm definitely not going to go over all of these. I don't know if there's anything really new that stands out, but I won't pet pal. We'll wait until I get another talent point to figure out what I get next. So let's just skip on to the tags. And can I change Mystic? No, okay, yeah, we're stuck with those. Okay, so his tags are Fane. You woke up and your world was gone, the last of your kind. You hide behind a charmed mask, searching for the truth about a history that no one knew existed. Human. Adventurous, confident, flexible at times, even clever. Humans are dominant in Rivalon. They always play the hero in their own endless wars, even when they're the villains. He's a male. You're a male of one of the races. You are perceived as a male by those that encounter you. That matters. Undead. Some undead seek to return to life. Others long for the sweet embrace of oblivion. They move amongst the other races unseen, apex predators who can't afford detection. Lately, an unfamiliar voice beckons to them from a world unknown. And then he's mystic, so it's the cracks in reality lead you to other times and places, some of the void, some of the gods. Your vision's not quite your own, but you can make use of it. And then he's scholar. Intelligent and curious, your appetite for learning far exceeds your taste for bloodshed. Books and scrolls are your dearest possessions. And instruments. Looks like he's set on the bansuri. Do you hear how that kind of came in and made the noise? I don't know what I want. I think I like the Oud. The Ode? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. I really like it. All right. Well, after a measly 44 minutes on the dot, it is time to get this thing started. This didn't take too much longer than the first game. I mean, there's a lot more to go over here with the origin characters and everything, but anyway, without further ado, let's get this bad boy started. Oh, warning, before playing as an undead, warning, beware. Playing as an undead poses unique risks and benefits. Undead must veil their true selves from the living or risk being attacked. Healing potions and spells will damage you, while poison heals. Undead can pick locks with a bony finger alone and can survive the scourge of death fog. Are you sure you are done with character creation? Yes. Arian Studios presents.
It all happened like I knew it would. A single drop of source magic. And, like flies to honey, the monsters swarmed. The rebel panicked. The carnage began. And the magisters pointed their fingers at me. Just as I'd planned. I was shackled and collared, and sent to Fort Joy.
Those were the origin characters.
I'd come here to kill Godwoken. But instead, I became part of their story.
Five new skills gained. 5 new recipes learned.
Still a bit groggy, are we? Don't worry. The sedative will wear off soon enough.
Yay, I can quick save.
Easy now. No need to hurry. Get your bearings and report to me upstairs.
I'm on a torture rack, it looks like. It's like a... I don't know, it's like I'm strapped in. Magister C1? Are you releasing me? Well, that's brutal.
Well now, aren't you a curious sight? If I'd had a mask to hide my bones as well as yours, maybe I'd still be walking around today. Where'd you get it? There can't be many curios like that in the world.
Boast that you crafted it yourself using a tool to rip the faces from mortal creatures.
Is that a fact? And your voice? You ripped that from them too. I've never heard such silken tones from a naked skull.
Admit that your voice is something of a trick. Your words and tone are projected directly into the minds of others.
Ha! Should have known it was a parlor gimmick. Still, you'd best keep that mask on. The living don't take kindly to seeing their future staring back at them.
The camera stopped following your party member. You can look around freely using the arrow keys to Oh no! Welcome. Just because I started moving the camera, and I didn't use the arrow keys, I was using WASD. Welcome to Divinity Original Sin 2. Click anywhere on the ground or hold left mouse button continuously to begin exploring. Oh, it came back and then went away. Cool. Alright, well, controls are basically going to be the same. I'm not concerned about that. Let's take a look. We have 32 health. We have 0 of 1 source points. That sounds interesting. We have 10 initiative. It says Veiled Undead and Source Muted. Source Muted. The character can no longer use source magic or receive source points. And Veiled Undead. Due to clothing you wear, your undead nature is hidden from those around you. Now, if you know the last game, where we played as 2 source hunters who want to eradicate source, it seems pretty interesting that we're talking about using source magic here.
And now you are silent. If only all humans were so thoughtful.
Let's loot this place. We're gonna do what I always do. We're gonna loot like everything. Oh, we could actually wear the bucket just like in the last game. Oh! To equip an item, open your inventory and drag the item into the matching equipment slot. This is your inventory. Everything you pick up is stored here. Press right mouse button on objects in your inventory to find out what you can do with them. Yeah, it just brings up a menu. So, Veiled Undead, yeah, our undead nature is hidden. We can also... I mean, we have this goofy helmet thing on, and I don't know why they wouldn't have tried to take that away from us. But we have this goofy helmet thing on, and what we can actually do is...
Something has changed. You are you, but more. You are another, but not. You look to your hands, your belly, your feet. Flesh you don't know, molded into unfamiliar shapes. You cradle your aching head, where another's memories and wisdoms mix with your own. Your fingers trace a line from your head to your face, feeling not the creases of the mask, but the porous surface of new skin. You lower your arm, blink twice, and step forward in this new guise.
You've learned a new skill. Press K to open your skill panel. So we have Encourage now, which I guess we get from this human guys that we've taken on. And we see our memory slots here. We have 3 of 3 slots, so we can't learn anymore right now. So we do have human skin right there. But yeah, I think if we take this mask off, we revert back. Look at that. But we could also put this tattered hood on, and that also conceals us, that veils us, because nobody can see under hoods. It's like Assassin's Creed. So we have two different ways we can, like, walk around and conceal ourselves. Next, and I guess maybe the idea behind this thing, yeah, while wearing this, your visage is perceived to be whatever you want it to be. I guess it also just conceals that I'm undead. Maybe they didn't realize I was wearing this. Maybe it's some magic stuff. And this here, Time Warp. We read about this, right? Target a character. Whenever this character ends a turn in combat, they immediately get a free turn. Not enough source points. Source muted. Can't cast. Can only be cast in combat. So if we take a look here in our necklace slot, we have a source collar, which cannot be unequipped, and it sets us to be source muted. Sturdy collar hums faintly with energy. Powerful magic swirls within. So yes, we have source power, but this collar is blocking it. So that's the idea.
Rubbish.
Rubbish. Now this door is locked. Can I pick it? So again, the bony finger of being undead allows you to pick locks, but thievery's too low. So we'll have to go this other way. Oh, this is like a tutorial section. We could just take this ladder and go up. Anyway, move objects by clicking and dragging them. Yeah, so they've intentionally put this here as a way to introduce that mechanic.
An animal sty. Freight or food?
Shaking her fluffy coat, the sheep eyes you balefully, her rectangular eyes like letterboxes to the void. With one sharp hoof, she kicks you right in the shin.
Banded like a chicken's leg, but not much meat on your bones.
Poke the sheep's ample belly with your toe. Remark that she's got more meat on her than you do.
That may be so, but look at the flies. Ban wisdom. Flies know when a creature will die. And it's around your head they're buzzing, not mine.
With two shakes of her stumpy tail, the sheep turns away from you to peruse her hay-filled manger.
Another bucket.
Did you expect a needle?
I was gonna comment on the needle, because in the last game we would find needles in haystacks. Can I reach it? Ooh. Moving container panes. Move a container's inventory window by dragging it. Yeah, we know that. We did that in the last game. Cargo door key. An egg. It actually gives us constitution. Rather than healing us, it increases our health. Is this door locked? Yeah. Wait, bucket with water. I'll take that. So we're going to be off to a bit of a slow start, similar to the last game, but this game picks up a little bit faster in a lot of ways. Orders from the guard steward. Important. It's come to my attention, again, that several of you are bypassing the cargo hold security measures by sliding boxes onto the pressure plates. This will not do. The purpose of these measures is to require the presence of at least 3 magisters at change of shift. Any deviation will result in at least 1 magister getting thrown overboard. Make sure it isn't you, Magister C1. It's an interesting looking loaf of bread. Plate's not worth money, so we're not taking it. Are these pressure plates? Is that what they're referring to? And I have no weapon of any kind, so even if this is not my preferred way of fighting, I'm gonna take it.
That click. This floor plate triggered something.
I'm wondering if I get off, does it close? Yeah, okay. Wasn't sure. Sweet. I don't know if I've done this area before. I feel like this area might have been added since my last playthrough. I do remember this room here with like the skull and everything, but I thought this used to be upstairs in the next area that we're going to go to. But I did look at the start of a 4-player co-op playthrough, and they did this room, they did this section. Oh, we're getting an autosave. That wasn't me.
You there. Come here.
You've stepped in oil. Oil surfaces can slow you down and also be ignited. Every surface has its own effects. Yeah, we know that from the last game. We have... Now, here's a cool thing, by the way. You found an electric discharge scroll. Try it out on a puddle of water or a steam cloud and see what happens. So I don't think you could really... I mean, you could... Yeah, no, you could have electrified clouds in the last game. There's steam cloud arrows. Or electric cloud, whatever they were. Electric cloud arrows. The cool thing, though, that we didn't really get in the last game is if you mouse over surfaces, you can read about them. So, oil applies slowed, ignoring magic armor. Water can be electrified or frozen. We have a Magister there.
Hey, get me out of this cage and I'll make it worth your while. You in?
I am carefully. Why is he in a cage in the first place? Now see, this is something I want to go ahead and call attention to, this being our our second dialogue, but notice the difference in the dialogue system in this game versus the last game. In the last game, I did comment on this in my like 30 minutes of rambling after I beat the game, kind of just my overview of the game. And while I do like the dialogue and stuff in the game, a lot of times you can just run through the options in order and it's fine. In this game, we have a lot of conflicting options. I can just agree to help, right? I can just agree to help outright, or like ask some information and stuff. So it's a little bit more restrictive on how the dialogue trees work in this game, and I think it's largely better. So anyway, I am carefully. Why is he in a cage in the first place?
Your guess is as good as mine. Someone screamed loud as a banshee. After that, pure pandemonium. They never even told me what I was accused of. Just dragged me down here.
Demand to know what exactly is in it for you, for me.
Set me free, and I'll set you free. A fair trade, I should think.
Agree to help and ask what to do.
A gentleman among jesters, you are. Give that lever a pull, and I guarantee we'll both get something out of the deal.
Alright, so we have a barrel here, obviously. That guy's sleeping. Does he wake up? Before I do anything, I'm going to explore a little bit more. Lockpicks. You found a lockpick to open a locked object. Use your lockpick on it. Or, I mean, hopefully it doesn't burn a lockpick. Because I could just use my fanger. Yeah. Ooh, healing! It's poison. So that healing potion will obviously hurt me, being undead. The game's already told us that. What the hell is this thing?
Empty.
It's, I guess, where all the medical instruments are held for whatever they do on this table. Whoa, I laid down on it. Another healing potion. Beds should heal you. Using a bet allows wounded characters to heal over time. Now that does work on me, even though I'm, like, whether you're undead or not doesn't matter. Move a candle into the poison surface to set it on fire to blow up the door. Now that's interesting. I actually didn't realize the candle would do that. But that's really interesting. We're going to leave that poison there in case I need to heal. In case something goes wrong over here. Okay, now there's one thing I want to do. Let's quick save. Gift bag features. So this one's interesting. Let's run over these features real quick, and I'm going to talk about them and turn things on that I want. So 8 action points. Increase the base maximum action points of hero characters to 8. Now, I don't know if I'll turn that on or not. Right now I'm not planning on it. But think about that. Action points increase to 8. The maximum, it says, right? Action points are 4. Maximum action points are 6. That's it. We start with 4 action points. We get 4 per turn. Dimensional Bolt uses 2 action points. Elemental Totem uses 2. Conjure Incarnate uses 2. Action points are way different in this game compared to what they were in the last. We're not going to be having turns where we're getting 16 action points every time. But conversely, we're not going to see a lot of like spells and stuff that are costing like 10 action points. So it's double-edged. 9 lives. Now this one's not going to make sense yet, but transforms the black cat into a follower. Once rescued, a whistle will appear in your inventory. You can use this if your cat gets lost or if you want to change who it follows. Note that this is a persistent modification that cannot be turned off once activated. And herb gardens. Plant your own herb garden. Take any herb and combine it with a bucket to create a seedling. Then just place your seedling in the ground and watch it grow. Note that this is a persistent modification that cannot be turned off once activated. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to read that anymore because it's like all of them. Source meditation. Restores source points whenever a player character rests. I may end up doing that, but not right now. From the ashes. Never underestimate the power of a good sleep. Simply use the bedroll at any non-combat time to resurrect your dead allies. Animal empathy allows all player characters to talk to animals without having to spend a talent point. Also changes Pet Pal talent to grant maximum positive attitude in all conversations with animals. Note that this is a persistent modification that cannot be turned on. Okay, yeah, I keep reading that. I don't think I'm going to do that one. Hagglers, I am. Let the reputation and skill of your whole party help when you want to haggle for the best prices. I'm going to do that. I think that might be shared persuasion. We're going to have to find out. I'm led to believe that may be shared persuasion, and that's one I really want to argue for. The short version is there are times where different characters will be in dialogue for different reasons. For instance, if you finish combat and like an ally in combat wants to speak to you, it'll speak to whoever's nearest to them when the combat finishes. This happened a couple of times in Original Sin. I feel like it does happen more in this game, and if your character that you put all your persuasion into doesn't happen to be the one pulled into dialogue, then you can get screwed out of quests and such by not having enough persuasion. Or you can get screwed out of extra experience or whatever, right? So hopefully that does shared persuasion, but I also just like that idea of I don't have to worry about who's selling and stuff, even if it is just for the money. Combat randomizer. When entering combat, one or more random enemies will receive one. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Will receive one of the new special statuses created for this modification. This will change everything you thought you knew about combat. Not doing that. Crafter's kit. Plenty of new recipes and unique items to craft. Nah. New talents. Have you ever wanted to resurrect your allies as zombies? Do you hate missing the one attack that really matters? This modification contains remedies to those problems and many more. Enhanced Spirit Vision increases the active radius of Spirit Vision and makes it last indefinitely. Oh, we may or may not turn that on. Fort Joy Magic Mirror manifests a magic mirror in the arena of Fort Joy along with the new character creation level. This allows you to respec before moving on to the next act of the game. I don't know what it means by character creation level. I do want to maybe... Yeah, I'll turn it on. Why not? Improved organization. Find a collection of special bags that allow you to better and automatically organize your inventory. I might do it. I took a look at them the other day on an old save. Pet power enhances the summoning class and its infusion spells immensely. With this mod, you can cast infusion spells on all available summons, not just your own incarnate. Each summon receives different skills depending on the base elemental infusion type. Sorcerer's Sundries. In each major hub, you can now find a mysterious vendor selling exotic and potent artifacts. These artifacts can upgrade a character's own gear with immense power, bringing them up to the player's current level. That sounds cool. I'll turn it on, why not? And Endless Runner. Find a new icon in your hotbar, which you can use to toggle sprint on and off. Increases your movement speed. Yeah, we'll do that. Are you sure you want to change the modification selection? This modification will be baked into your saved game. You won't be able to disable it later. Are you sure you want to enable it? Achievements will be disabled when playing with add-ons. Do you want to continue? Having beaten this game twice, I'm okay with that, even though there are a couple of achievements that I don't have. If I look right now, I see that I have 74 of 97 achievements. Fleetfoot. Moving items and skills out of your hotbar is only possible if it's unlocked. So, this is how we move. Oh yeah. Definitely faster. That's kind of cool. I like it. All right. Hemwar. Let's actually get something going now.
Before you can even touch the lever, you hear a sniff and snort behind you as the snoring Magister mumbles himself awake. One bloodshot eye opens, and then another.
Is my shift over? You here to relieve me?
He has a sharp rock. I thought that was ore. Close.
Wait, you're no Magister. You're a sorcerer. What are you doing here, filthy scrounger? Choose your words carefully. My fists ache to meet a new face.
Sometimes you'll be able to persuade the person you are talking to. Your answer, your stats, and your persuasion ability will decide how successful you will be. So, this is another huge departure. Notice we have 3 persuasion options there. We could do a wits persuasion, salute him and say his superior sent me. He's to report to the upper deck. Constitution persuasion. I heard yelling coming from above. He needs to get up there. Or finesse persuasion. Laugh and tell him one of the guards on the upper deck fell overboard. He should check it out. Well, I think Constitution's probably my highest. Just by 1. And we do have a point of persuasion, so it might work. Otherwise, we could ignore him and go for the lever, or we can just outright fight him, or tell the truth, whatever. Let's try the Constitution persuasion. We heard yelling coming from above. Yay!
Damn, if it's not one thing, it's another. And no way I can trust those fools to deal with any nonsense on their own. Can't leave the prisoner alone, though. He's been nothing but trouble, I hear.
So now strength, intelligence, and memory persuasion, which intelligence is going to be my highest at 13. And so it's funny, we have to keep persuading him or just go for the lever. And maybe if this guy's going to end up fighting us, if we just lunge for the lever right now, the guy in the cell might help. So strength persuasion would be flex your arms, you'll keep an eye on the prisoner, he wouldn't dare cross me. Memory persuasion. Speak boastfully of your days as a prison warden. The guard can go ahead. You've got this. Or intelligence persuasion. Remark on the sturdiness of the cell bars. The prisoner's not going anywhere.
That's all I needed to hear. Just don't let that caged rascal fool you. You can't trust him as far as you can throw him.
Sweet. That actually worked. I like it. We're gonna let this guy do his thing. Sneaking is goofy. I was gonna be mad if he, like, triggered on that. It's like, but dude, I'm checking the other cell. Alright, well, we made it. Made it through that.
The prisoner's buoyant voice darkens as his gaze finds the sunken hollows that once held your eyes.
Ah, freedom. Tastes better than wine. I'm nothing if not a man of my word. And I did give my word I'd set you free, lad. Say your prayers while you've breath to speak them. The halls await.
Well, what a dick. Combat in Divinity Original Sin 2 is played in rounds. Everything you do in combat costs action points, which you receive each round. Your turn ends when you have no AP left. Yep. From left to right, the order of the character portraits determines the turn order of combat. Attack and movement. Press left mouse button on an enemy to attack. Press left on the ground to move. Yeah, we got that. Okay, so moving to the cone behind an enemy, backstab, while wielding a dagger to backstab. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that. Alright, so we can do incarnates now. And we could do totems. So this guy was smart enough to walk into the fire with me. He really hurt me though, he took half of my health. Almost. So let's go ahead and actually bring out some, like, friends.
Prepare yourself.
So a totem here is literally just gonna, it's a turret, it's gonna sit in one spot and just fire on this guy. But we summoned it in fire, so it's a fire totem. We summoned this incarnate in fire, so it is a fire incarnate. And he's dead. If I walk into this water, will it... No, it doesn't help. I can't exactly walk into the poison while I'm on fire, because that's obviously gonna set it alight. So this guy's just immune to burning and all kinds of cool stuff. He'll follow us around for a little bit. And then he will disappear momentarily. That was his time. That was his time to shine. Sweet. Fight went alright. So, I don't remember doing this, but let's do it. Cool. I was about to say, did we really have to? But I guess this did bring us into a new area that we haven't checked out yet. Let that fire do its thing before we head in.
Worry about splinters.
Okay, that wasn't really worth it. We could have gone back the other way.
And I'm back where I started. Nowhere to go but up.
So that just, like, glistened. All right. That was the initial little tutorial there. Let's go see what's upstairs. Yes, I'm sure I want to leave the tutorial deck. New information was added to your journal. Did you hear that music? That little guitar sounding thing? That was the oud or the ode.
That can't be natural.
One thing to note is we did not get experience down there. So that kill that we did was not actually worth anything. What is this tome? This small tome. We've too long presumed Source as a virtuous part of civil society, yet we need look no further into the past than the Source King's reign to understand the havoc such magics may wreak. One day another order must follow in the Source Hunter's footsteps. Sorcerers must be muted. The new model of Source Collars provided by Vredeman is proving most effective. Crafting screen. Select or drag items into the crafting slots and hit the combine button. Valid combinations will be added to your recipe book. What is that? Yeah. Grotesque jar. Why is it grotesque? What's in there? What is that? Interesting.
My, these smelling salts are strong stuff.
Yeah, I'll take that gold cup. We know all about gold cups and stuff from the last game. Alright, Magister C1, you wanted us to come up here like half an hour ago.
Why, you're looking there, you
Oh.
are. Not too tight, I hope.
Hang on.
The collar, I mean.
I wanted to hear what she had to say. I'd already clicked on her, so I didn't have time to react. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, that wasn't about me. You can almost... It's hard to see my face. He wears that hood really low. I don't know how he can see.
There you are. Not too tight, I hope. The collar, I mean. Oh, not to worry. Every dog has to get used to its leash.
Damn.
In the meantime, your next stop will be Magister William. All passengers have to be registered in the ship's manifest, and he's the chap in charge of the logs. You'll find him on the other side of this deck, in the officers' quarters.
So we've talked about this. Tags determine what options are available to you in dialogue and how the world reacts to your party members. Custom characters have race, gender, and background tags. Origin characters have unique origin tags. So we've seen that the Scholar and Mystic were tags that I could have selected. So, what options do I have? Pull at the collar around my neck futilely. Demand to know why she collared me. I had a long black dream about a ship sailing the river of the dead. Okay, I'm gonna go with Scholar. Muse that by the room's shape you can tell you're on a Lucian-class frigate. But why?
Why? Because we're at sea, of course, and have been for several days.
Index fingers pressed to her lips, she pauses a moment to give you a scrutinizing gander.
My word, you do seem a bit befuddled, don't you? Perhaps I was a bit too generous with that sedative. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll soon gather your wits. Most likely. Eventually. In the meantime, all you need to know is that we're en route to Fort Joy. A new life awaits, and if you're a particularly good boy, perhaps a cure as well. An end to Source. For good.
You pull at the thing around your neck futilely. Demand to know why she collared you.
Why, for my peace of mind, of course. Why don't you try casting one of those source spells of yours? See what happens.
Recall the feeling of waking up and draining a body of source. Recall the rushing power that filled you. Unleash it.
Currents of magic surge inside you, boiling, bursting, then breaking, only to fade back into your soul like rain into the earth.
You better stop before you hurt yourself. All will, but no result. There you have it. See? The collar's function. It neuters you of sorts. Makes you unable to cast source. For your own peace of mind, of course. Yours and the whole world's.
So apparently we have a destination. Yep, that's Magister William. We had a journal update earlier, so we have a bunch.
I'll need to write to headquarters right away.
The Magister's Crusade. Led by Lucian's son Alexander, the dominant Magisters of the Divine Order are rounding up sorcerers for exile. Chapter 1, the Merryweather. We're aboard the Merryweather on our way to the sorcerer colony of Fort Joy. We are told there's a murderer on board with us. When was I told that? Alexander's advisor Dallis noticed that the Voidwoken are attracted to Source. Alexander quarantined the sorcerers.
Now where did I leave my...
The divine sacrifice did not buy peace. The rise of the Voidwoken brought the world death, destruction, and fear. Lucian the Divine, champion of the gods, sacrificed himself to save Rivellon from the Void. His son Alexander now leads the Divine Order. Okay, I should have read them from bottom to top. We're going to do that next time. I mean, I kind of knew that, but whatever. Escape this floating prison. I am an Eternal, imprisoned eons ago by my king. Now I'm free, but my people are gone. I've heard rumors of their structures being uncovered at the Black Pits. I must find them. I'm bound by a magical collar that cannot be removed. This collar prevents me from using source magic. Find someone to help you remove your source collar. Finally, troubled waters. As sorcerers, we've been arrested by the Divine Order. The prison island of Fort Joy awaits. And then we're told to register with Magister William at the other end of the ship. So yeah, we clearly have, like...
What a well of knowledge this
Oh, damn.
Dallis is such a dear lending it to me.
You have a broken source collar, huh?
A young Magister stands pale and silent. Her knuckles whiten around her weapon as you pass.
It seems as though there's a pattern in the blood flow.
Behind the Magister, a bloodied mass lies
Damn
in a
it.
heap.
Hang on.
A young Magister steps.
Good gods, there's been a murder here.
Yeah, there has.
Behind the Magister, a bloodied mass lies in a heap. Gore and limbs lie at odd angles. You can't make out a face amid the mess.
Peer into the room and ask what happened.
There's been a murder. A sorcerer was killed by one of your own. Lucky you were busy getting your collar fitted at the time, or you'd be a suspect like the rest of them. Waters is investigating. She'll figure out who did it. Always does.
Always does. Ask if this sort of thing happens often.
You surprised? You're one of them. You know what sorcerers are capable of? Whoever did this found a way around their collar and killed a man. Small ones this time, thank the gods. We'll find out who did it, one way or another.
Wait, is that it?
Nothing to see here.
Did I lock myself out of... See... Oh, where's this? Where does this go?
The hatch is blocked. I'll need to find another way.
So let's check out the difference in dialogue here.
A young Magister.
Good gods, this...
Behind the Magister, a blood...
There's been a murder. Waters is investigating.
Ask if you could lend a hand in the investigation.
Aren't you enterprising? I'll let Waters tell you now herself. Go ahead. She with the body.
Okay, so it doesn't really change much. But notice how that locked me out of other dialogue options. So we're gonna have to play our dialogue a bit more carefully.
Your known associates. he seemed quite averse to spending time with the others. Ugly sight, isn't it?
Is it a Ganipia mushroom? No, a penny bun.
Burns me up this happened under our protection. We're extremely lucky no Voidwoken followed the source that did this.
So we've heard about Voidwoken in our journal a little bit, but we don't really know what that is yet. Ask why she's letting you so close to the crime scene. For all she knows, you could be the killer.
She looks up at you with a mirthless smile.
I was on duty in your room when the murder happened. You were asleep the whole time. Didn't even stir. You're one of the only indisputably innocent people on the ship. Unless you can commit murder in your sleep, of course.
No, tell her that's a trick you haven't quite mastered.
I thought as much. Listen, I could use someone to keep their ears open among the passengers. Sometimes they clam up in front of a uniform. Bring me a good lead, and I'll throw in a shiny gold coin for you. How about that?
Nod and say you'll let her know if you hear anything interesting.
Thanks. I just want to catch whoever did this before they hurt anyone else.
Yeah, that body got fucked up. It's glowing in a weird way. It's like fart gas coming off of it. And it's all marked as stealing, so we don't even want to touch
I'll
it.
need to write to headquarters right away.
Poetry book. That's not stealing. A woman from Driftwood with nary a care offered me kisses that answered my prayer. I accepted her gift, and then to my dismay, a spider she was, and I her buffet. Once feasting was over, she licked her red lips. I rose from the floor, still coming to grips. She thanked me for coming and bade her farewell. My prayer indeed answered, though still I did swell. Churl and Chuff. It got renamed from Poetry Book to Churl and Chuff. See, I like that. That's interesting.
That's enough now.
Picked up a bedroll. Use it to rest and heal your party.
I'm trying to concentrate.
They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them.
I'll give you that knuckle if you keep carrying on.
One of us wouldn't kill our own. They're picking
It's a
us
hairy
off
back.
one by one.
Can we just skip to the part where I reassure you and you shut up?
You think me mad?
Mad? No. Insufferable? Surely.
What are you trying to hear anyway?
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for me to listen.
How dare you classify this slop as food? I've seen more appetizing things coming out of plague-stricken pigs.
There's nothing else I can make, Your Majesty. Turnips and water are all I was given.
Unacceptable. I've never dined on anything less than a dozen-course dinner, and I don't intend to do away with the custom.
Well, there has been a murder, Your Majesty. Maybe that has the Magisters more concerned than your appetite.
Nonsense.
You get saucy with me when you clearly don't know the first thing about sauce.
It was one of them. I know it.
Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm
All right.
trying to concentrate.
So, if you're paying attention to who we're looking at here, here's Beast. Here is the Red Prince. Here is Ifan ben-Mezd. Here is Lohse. And where is Sebille?
You think me mad?
Do not seem to be seeing Sebille.
Insufferable? Surely.
Is that her? Yeah, there is Sebille. Okay.
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for
Do you know Lohse? She's a really good singer. I'm better though. Listen. La 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 la
Okay, good for you, Sandy.
I'm here because I'm magic. Are you here because you're weird?
Alright, what about you, Trice?
You look like my daddy. His name is Frida. He's waiting for me at home.
Doggo, talk to me.
You, sorcerer. Blood? No. Go! Oof.
He's a source hound. Books it after the Magister.
I know it. Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm trying to concentrate. They don't care about us.
Let's talk to Lohse. She's having a problem with her collar.
Husband.
What?
Would you please tell this very charming gaggle of not at all brat-like babes that I am by no accounts this Lohse woman, nor do I sing, in fact. I'm deathly allergical.
Okay, so that's why she called us husband, and she wants us to play along. Play along and take her arm with a grin. Tell her the children must be mistaken.
How very correct you are, spouse of mine. Madame Josephine Gribbles de Peeb refuses to be confused with anyone else. What? What's so funny?
Her pinched face cracks into a great grin, and she shoos the children away from her with a laugh.
Yeah, okay, you found me out. Go on and git, and maybe I'll sing you something when I'm good and ready.
She turns to you, dark-eyed and dirty-haired, and smiles flatly.
Gotta keep ourselves entertained, haven't we?
Say that's true enough. Shake her hand. Lohse, you presume?
You presume right.
Ask if she knows anything about the murder that happened on board.
Nope. Trying not to find anything out either. Ignorance is bliss. The utterer, the better.
Tell her she ought to have a look around with you. You can watch each other's backs.
Thanks, but I already belong to an elite and exclusive ship gang. We play ball every day after lunch. You're too soft for it. You take care, though.
Okay.
Her eyes cloud to an unnatural black. Greyish veins run down her face, and her mouth tightens into a cruel sneer. As quickly as they came, the clouds clear. She smiles as though no change came over her.
Good luck, Chief.
Remember, kids, don't stick your dick in crazy. What's up, Magister Jalen? Jalen? Bow slightly and tell him your name is Fane.
Well, you aren't here on my list. Scram, eh? We're trying to catch a killer here.
It was one of them. I know it.
What of who?
Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm trying to concentrate. They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them.
Let's see what this guy has to say. Gil?
You one of them? A divine order loyal? They killed a sorcerer, you know. They'll hide the evidence well enough, but make no mistake.
Beast.
A broad dwarf sits totally upright on the bench, eyes closed, palms face up on his knees. His beard is a cascade of meticulous plaits, each one braided through with golden medallions. He raises an eyebrow as you approach, but doesn't open his eyes.
Listen up, boy. You hear that?
Ask what you're meant to be hearing.
The ship, of course.
Quieten and listen to the sounds of the ship.
A wave of sound washes over you. The unintelligible chatter of your shipmates, the groaning of wood from floor to ceiling, the boom, crash and crackle of waves around you, complaints from the sea itself.
And?
Complaints from the sea itself. So, say the sea sounds angry, like it's trying to capsize the ship.
The fellow cocks his ear, listening.
That isn't anger, it's...
He cocks his ear to the other side, then smiles.
Anticipation. She senses something. I'd hold on to my breeches if I were you, mate. That's all you hear, though. Listen close.
Close your eyes and try to let the ambient sounds on the ship fade away. Like that one.
There now, just like that. Squeak!
I've seen more advertising coming out of plague-stricken.
His eyes snap open as his countenance breaks into an expression of joy. One great paw claps you on the back. The other catches you before you lose your footing.
There. You heard it, didn't you? I knew it. I knew it. Aye, this is good news, boy. Good news.
Nod, you heard it. What's it supposed to be?
It's the wheel. The wheel. Don't you see, you beautiful idiot? Squeaks whenever the helmsman jerks it clockwise, which means we're heading east. Burn my beard. That means if we've been traveling for, yes, only 10.34 nautical miles to Fort Joy.
Yo, this man doing calculus or something. Tell him, he said burn my beard. Tell him he shouldn't talk like that about such a magnificent beard.
Ah, so you've eyes as well as ears, eh? You'll go far, mate, even here.
Ask why he's so excited about reaching Fort Joy. No, note that he must be a practiced sailor. Ask what the figure means to him.
Captain, actually. And that figure tells me we're getting close to the Joy. Close to what lies beyond it, too.
The dwarf leans back from the table and strokes his beard, gold medallions jingling merrily. His eyes roll over to you.
That'll be all. Thank you kindly, boy.
Cock an eyebrow. If he's hatching an escape plan, you want in.
He continues stroking his beard, a beatific smile on his lips, and doesn't acknowledge you anymore.
There has been murder, Your Majesty.
I like it.
Maybe that has the Magisters more concerned than your appetite.
Let's talk to the cook here.
You get saucy with me.
I spent my life singing for my slaves to bring me my supper. Finer fare than boiled roots and rotten tubers, too. Meanwhile, the Magisters feast on honeyed meat behind this very wall. The indignity.
Is that a thing? Like you glaze it in honey or something? Is it like a real thing people do with meat? I really like honey. I'd be tempted to give it a try, but I don't really like a lot of red meat unless it's ground beef or bacon. It's got to be crispy bacon. What's up, the Red Prince?
Well, what have we here? A fresh face in this stale hell. Let's size you up, shall we? See if you'll do.
The lizard looks you up and down, like a farmer would a fetching horse. All of a sudden, he grips you firmly by the chin, with the intent of inspecting your teeth.
Humor him. Let's see where this leads.
There's some discoloration, as well as a rather disconcerting lack of tongue and gums, but I've seen worse. After all, one can't expect to find prime merchandise on a squalid little ship like this. Now then, to business. You will answer me 3 questions. The first one is this. Can you cook?
Say you can, but that your sense of taste isn't what it used to be. Or, let me think. Yeah, we'll do that one.
And of course, a cook who can't taste is about as useful as a dog in a chess game. On to the second question. Can you knit, weave? In short, tailor?
What are you trying to hear anyway?
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for me to listen.
Damn. I'm thinking... It doesn't matter that much, but I still am thinking. Most certainly, tell him, given a sheet of satin, you can make a bum look like a baron.
Oh, but to feel the caress of satin on my scarlet skin once more. A most satisfactory answer indeed.
We could see, you know, we know what kind of answers he's looking for.
On then to my final query. Have you the ability to administer the upkeep of one's personal appearance? The delicate art of cosmetics is what I'm after.
Say you most certainly have personal pride. You're no stranger to combs, powders, and perfumes.
The very basics, then. I suppose that's a start. So, 3 questions asked, 3 questions answered. Let's evaluate.
We're 2 out of 3.
As per your own testimony, you can tailor and groom, but you have the taste buds of a dung beetle. Still, beggars can't be choosers. So without further ado, I offer you my sincerest congratulations. As of now, you are my slave.
Stare at him blankly. He thinks you're his what now?
My slave, of course. Oh, but I see. Yes, I suppose it must take some time for the full extent of this honor to sink in. Anyway, you may leave me for a moment. We'll go over your duties once we reach Fort Joy. Now shoo!
All right then, buddy. So I didn't loot these.
Like this again.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship.
We haven't gotten any information about the murder, though, have we? Because we didn't ask about it. We played along with their dialogues.
I've seen more appetizing things coming out of plague-stricken pigs.
Take it easy, Chief. You don't want to get noticed for the wrong reason.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh, that's down there. Okay, we'll pick it up anyway.
I've never dined on anything less than a dozen-course dinner, and I don't intend to do away with the custom.
There has been a murder, Your Majesty. Has the Magister's more concerned?
The hell is she doing?
An elf sits tucked away in a dark spot, lazily rolling dice onto the surface of a barrel. They sound like the dry cackling of an old witch.
Snake eyes.
She chuckles.
I bet that's just what they'll look like.
Ask if you may join her.
She shakes her head.
Game for one, I'm afraid. Rolling dice. Deciding fates.
Whose fate is she deciding?
Don't worry, honey. It isn't yours.
She looks you up and down with the merest hint of a coy smile on her lips.
Never say never, though.
If she can decide fates with dice, ask if she can read the future in cow entrails as well.
She eyes you quite seriously.
Not the future, no, but I can read the past in flesh. One of the perks of being an elf, you see. I'm quite good at it, too. I could lick your arm and tell you how you spent the night before last. Shall I?
Yeah, you don't see why not. Extend your arm.
She looks at you in surprise when you bare an arm of bone.
My. Guess I'll have to find out the memory from Marrow, won't I?
She gives your arm a vigorous stroke of the tongue, efficient like a cat grooming.
You were in a cellar with other sorcerers, watching, staring at them, hoping that none would stare back. You were desperate to speak up, to reach out, to form a connection with these strange creatures. But you were scared, terrified even, of what they might think of you.
Admit wide-eyed, that's exactly right.
Of course it is. The truth's right there, skin deep, so to speak. But don't you worry, darling. Your secret's safe with me. I don't lick and tell.
Still no murder information. I didn't even see the option. We have a greasy key.
Nice.
What do you have, Magister Victor? Victar?
Watching for clues, sorcerer. Go take your sub-story somewhere else.
Fine. Ifan ben-Mezd.
A scruffy man lounges against the wall with scarred arms folded. A sly smile playing on his face, he stares across at the Magister guarding him. Noticing you, he straightens and beckons for you to come closer.
Watch your back, new fish.
There's a murderer on board, and I'd bet 3 months' pay it's this tramp Ifan.
Rolling his eyes at the Magister's warning, the man named Ifan beckons again.
Move closer to him.
He leans in and adjusts your collar with a sharp tug, balancing its weight so it no longer presses unpleasantly on your neck. He winks.
He wants to bang.
Pinches less that way, right?
Hocking a phlegmy gobbet in your general direction, the sullen Magister settles back to his task of glowering at Ifan. And now, you.
Ask Ifan why the Magister suspects him of murder.
We used to know each other, more's the pity. I was his commander many, many, many moons ago. Isn't that right, Vic?
Standing far back from Ifan, the tight-faced Magister draws one finger across his throat in an elaborate fashion, but says nothing. Ifan grins, flashing pointed white teeth.
Same as he was at 14 years old. Only difference is somebody gave him a bigger sword and now he's Johnny Big Pants.
Say that you're still curious about the murder. Did he do it?
No. The dead man, Finn, is it? I'd no business with him. And I wouldn't put a man down without good reason.
He glances over at Magister Victor, who's staring back at him with pointed intensity.
Damn shame sheer annoyance isn't reason enough.
Ask Ifan what he did to find himself at the mercy of a subordinate.
Long story. Maybe I'll tell you about it in the Joy. Away from interested parties.
Ask Ifan if he knows anything about where you're headed. Fort Joy.
The Joy? I've heard a lot. Nothing good. No surprise there, since Bishop Alexander runs the show. Wonder if we'll get to meet the Ringmaster himself.
Say you'd like to meet Alexander. You'd show him exactly what you think of his bloody, divine order.
Easy now. I might think the same, but Vic here will blow a blood vessel if he hears you talking like that.
What are you conspiring about over there? You! What's your name?
Yojimbo.
Oh, don't mind him. Vic's just got a bee in his bonnet. And that bee is me.
Name?
Murder, Your Majesty. Maybe that has the Magisters more concerned than more.
Tell him that your name is in a language he has never heard and cannot pronounce, but he may call you Fane.
Magister Victor looks at you suspiciously, then scrawls something illegible down in a tiny notebook. He scowls at you as he stows the notebook back in his voluminous robes.
Away with you, at once.
Ifan performs an elaborate pantomime of keeping quiet, one finger in front of his lips as he leans back against the wall.
Okay, we can walk in here. It's all the items ever. Hell yeah. Bunch of wasted healing potions, though. We need poison, not healing. Not a restoration, either. Restoration scroll's bad for me. Oops. Oh. Tactical camera by pressing O.
And if she tries to run, shoot to kill.
You seem on edge, officer. What on earth is the matter?
Murder most foul, and I strongly suspect you know all about it.
Do you? Well, perhaps you're absolutely right.
Well, it seems like something's going on there. Oh shit, we learned 6 recipes from reading that. Hey, there's a poison bottle. They knew I needed one. Do we already have a cooking pot? I think we do. Yeah. So this thing is just called Journal, but if we read it... This tome contains no text, instead sketches of dragons fill every page. The artist is hardly talented, but clearly enthusiastic. Now it's called Artistic Journal.
Ben-Mezd. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with it.
Okay, buddy. So I don't know if we have any new information we can provide.
So, anything interesting for me?
Ask her to define interesting.
I'll take that as a no. So,
Still looking.
right.
I don't know if I'm gonna get any more info.
You think me mad?
Not yet.
Take it easy, Chief. You don't.
Surely.
Did we talk to you? Magister Paid?
It's a register, sir. Good, good. Magister Williams is just about done with the last passenger. You faring okay so far?
Ask if he'd be fine, collared like a dog. I feel like I said that word strangely. Ask if he'd be fine, collared like a dog, and stuck in a ship's hold with a corpse and a murderer on the loose.
He tugs the collar of his uniform and chuckles.
Sorry you're upset, sir, but we all wear what we wear for a reason. You head on in now. Williams will get you sorted fast.
So we had two ways to get in there. This is the correct way, I guess. See what's going on in here. Who is this Wendigo?
And if she tries to run, shoot to kill. You seem on edge.
Standing at the center of the room, you spot a sorcerer haughtily eyeing a pair of nervous-looking magisters. They keep
That
their
guy's
crossbow
talking
trained
to
upon her as she's
William.
being interrogated by an officer.
So you admit it then? You murdered that poor fella? Yes, I did. But of course, that was only the beginning.
Okay, we solved the murder.
She turns her head and looks you straight in the eye.
There are others whose lives must end.
Me?
Good God, the woman's mad. You there, sorcerer, go and fetch Magister Siwan. We need to do more than collar this maniac. We need to shackle her, hands and feet.
Address the sorcerer and ask her what she meant by there are others whose lives must end.
It means your journey draws to a close. Do stick around for its finale, though, because...
She reaches for her collar and simply removes it.
Yo, start squeezing.
I'm just about to create a scene.
Yo, start squeezing.
Subdue her, men, quickly! If she casts Source, the Voidwoken will come. They'll end us all.
Okay, so we've heard about Voidwoken a couple times, and the murder that we saw, they said it's like lucky that Voidwoken didn't show up. And he's saying here, if she casts Source, Voidwoken will come. So Voidwoken seem to show up where Source is used.
She smiles with wicked satisfaction.
Precisely.
But she wants it. She wants Voidwoken. Holy damn. Rip.
Mask. She stole it. If these savages see me without it, they will have my skull for a goblet.
She took my special mask that lets me transform. But I've already been walking around hooded anyway, so it's not a big deal. Broken source collar, we don't need that. They're all knocked out, like the Red Prince and them. Now here we go. I'll take one of those wands. Can I wield both? Don't see why not. Wouldn't it be funny if pumpkin soup weighed more because pumpkins are heavy? A chub fish. I got a chub for you. Whoa! Alrighty. That is still locked. Cannot go through it. Oh, we have a dead Magister there. Requisition. Requisition Sorcerer Hold. Pumpkin seed flour, 1 crate. Sunflower flour, 1 crate. Turnips, 3 crates. Cabbages, 1 crate. Human ale, 1/2 crate. Now it's renamed Requisition for Magister Food Supplies. I really like how they do that. That's the exact same thing. Oh, but Sorcerer Food Supplies. Maybe the numbers were slightly different. Note, a few of them are in good spirits, especially the children. The others are sullen. Don't blame them, change is rough. But they'll make new friends sooner or later. And when we cure them for good, they'll be thanking us, not cursing. Well, most of them. That elf with the dice, that lone wolf, the creaky-voiced woman in the kitchen. Some folks won't get over it. Reckon they won't be first to get cured, if they're ever cured at all. Let's go check things out in here. Oh, wait, we had a dead Magister. Eat to Stern Room. Look at that, that's so cool that the waves, like... Yeah. It's so cool. I don't really want to go upstairs, I don't think. I want to explore and check with the other people. Check with Lohse.
The young woman lies in a heap on the floor. She's breathing normally, but her eyes are wide open, like those of a corpse. Dark, grayish-black clouds swirl through them.
Shake her shoulder. Alright, what about you, Beast? Should check the Magisters too, though.
The dwarf lies in a heap on the floor, his great beard twisted and tangled around him. He is stock still. You can't see if he's living or dead.
Hold your head to his chest, listening for a heartbeat.
You hear a faint thud, thud, thud. He's alive, but only just.
Oh! What happened? Must have been the turnips.
Grab a nearby cup and throw some water in his face.
Water? Wine, for goodness sake! Oh!
The lizard's eyes close as he slips into unconsciousness.
What a nerd. So Gil is just gone, huh? Oh, the Source Hound is dead. That's sad. Oh, Victor is dead. He won't be bugging Ifan anymore, will he?
Ifan lies motionless, curled on the ground like an animal. Under his shaggy hair, you can see green eyes fluttering as if in a nightmare. A low whine escapes his lips.
Shake him to try to wake him up.
His eyes flicker open, but he doesn't register your presence at all.
Lucien. Lucien.
Ifan cries out, then his eyes fall closed again. No matter how much you shake him now, he cannot be roused.
But can he be aroused?
No, not the final dark. Not yet.
Reassure her, you'll get her out of here if you can.
It's no use. Your words do not seem to reach her.
The dice roll darkly. They're rolling for me.
Ask not for who the dice roll. They roll for thee. Oh, we never checked this. And I think we might have missed the sheep here. We didn't talk to the sheep. I don't know why I thought that said Magister Cloaca. It's Magister Caddock. So some of them got jibbed and some of them didn't. I found a limb. Elves can eat limbs to experience the memories of the person that the limb once belonged to. Oh, whoops. It was telling me about the mushrooms. That's fine. Was it a penny bun mushroom? Yeah, it is. So it's probably telling me that I can use that to make healing potions, assuming they work like they did in the last game. Ancient book. Read. The Source King insists there are no magics too foul, even those that would block or even remove the source within an individual. I delight in his madness. It is an invitation to manipulate all which we once believed immutable. He provides all manner of experimental subjects. The text beneath lists a series of hexes and materials required for muting source. Some of those objects are circled in black ink and annotated as follows: helm, collar, mask. It's called On Magic's Fair and Foul. Crime scenes. Some crimes like murdering or stealing leave a crime scene, even if nobody saw you commit the crime. Oh, God, it goes too fast. Basically, they will investigate, and they'll try to track down who did it.
The Magister lies on the floor, unconscious and bleeding from a dire-looking wound. The Magister lies on the...
This was blocked earlier, right?
The hatch is blocked. Need to find another way.
Just spraying water on her. Alright, I guess we'll go upstairs. Doggo. A forgery of a painting. How heavy is it? It's worth 1. It's heavy. Its weight is 1, I guess, and it was worth 0. Is that what it said? Whatever, doesn't matter.
God damn it. Need to get off this wreck. Quick.
I have some Magisters over here. Let's see what they're up to.
Damn. Doesn't bode well. Onwards and upwards.
Do they lock themselves in? Some bound tomes. Check those out.
Thank the gods! But a fine grace, what was...
He eyes the collar circling your neck and reaches a hand towards his blade.
Another sorcerer!
The Magister's companion doesn't blink, frozen in place at the sight of you.
Motion to the destruction around you. What's going on here? What have they seen?
Like you don't know? Mutiny! Did that witch fix your collar too?
He whispers loudly to the other Magister.
Don't just cower there, Rix! Take out your blade!
Rix grabs his sword, which shakes in the rhythm of his trembling hand.
Tell him there is no mutiny. You almost died at this woman's hands.
Rix looks to his companion, who then looks to you. They drop their hands to their sides.
Go on then. Find a place to hide and stay there.
We do have some experience. Let's check these tomes out. The Source Hunters, valiant though they were, could not have foreseen Brachus's resurrection at the hands of the Cult of the Immaculates. We owe our very lives to 2 more of the very order that first fought to bring Brachus Rex to justice. The Source King is dead, yet his monuments still dot the land, a chilling but necessary reminder of his legacy of cruelty, greed, and arrogance. That's recounting something we did in the last game. Brachus Rex, A Portrait of Evil, Volume 8. Over many brutal decades, Brachus's tyranny spread. His hunger for source and political power drove him to develop heinous devices and magic heretofore unknown. He punished the living with death and the dead with undeath. Many attempted to stand up to him, wizards, philosophers, scholars, but it was the order of the Source Hunters that ultimately forced Brachus Rex to atone for his sins. Sorcerer monarchs once performed great deeds across the lands, and in his first days, Brachus did so from the isle he called his home. But in time, as is true of so many things, he became increasingly corrupted by Source. So great was his greed and his fear that crafted a soul forge with his twin, Cassandra. Wait, what? So great was his greed and his fear that crafted a soul forge within his twin, Cassandra. Once the ritual was complete, Brachus turned her into an undead lich, so that she, and thus he, might live forever. I would normally say lich, but in the last game they would always say lich. A bust of Alexander.
The human's chief, Alexander. A curious name, but no more bizarre than anything else that species does.
My sweet Stephen, as I write this letter, we near the Isle. By the time the owl delivers it, I will be but a day away. I've heeded Alexander's orders, just as you said I should, but I think of Lucian often. Would the Divine have condoned this? Would he have blessed us as we ripped children from their mothers? Can this be the only way? I feel cold, inside and out. Of one thing I'm certain, your arms will warm me when I find you again. With love, Rix. An improvised staff, huh? It does 5 to 7. Well, I was doing some weird math in my head. The improvised wands do 5 to 7 if we combine them. The range is way less, though, because it's the Staff of Magus skill that is actually important there. We have a journal. The smeared ink makes the journal difficult to read, but you manage to make out much of the latest entry. Okay, that was useful. It's the captain's journal. That didn't really tell us anything. Resurrection scroll. How about these paintings? Marking wares. Select multiple items and mark them as wares to sell them in one batch. Press left shift in the inventory to toggle multi-select mode. Add items to a selection by pressing left mouse button. Press right to view available options for the selection. I don't think I knew that. Unfortunately, both of these are kind of wasted. Like, they're not worth anything, so I'm not gonna bother with it. Let's check out this shabby letter. This letter contains a set of instructions for transporting sorcerers to a place called The Joy, but someone has inked an angry black line from the top left to the bottom right. Letter concerning sorcerer transport. And that's it for all this. I might attack those magisters. We can go through this door. Actually, we could try to pick this lock. It's another source hound.
The hound paws desperately at its snout. It winces as it draws blood from its wet black nose and continues scratching.
That makes me extremely sad. Call out to the hound and ask it what's the matter.
The dog notices you for the first time and snarls, the hairs on its back prickling as it lowers itself into a lunge.
Sorcerer!
It sneezes suddenly and paws at its nose once more.
Can't smell. Can't breathe. Too much sauce. Too much. Too much. Please, make it stop.
Tell the dog you're not the one who did this. You'd stop it if you could.
The dog whines and continues pawing at its nose.
God, that makes me sad.
Long before this thing snaps into splinters.
You found a special arrow. These arrows have magical properties and stuff. The gold thing wouldn't go away. We know how they work, though. We've played as an archer in the last game. We know how these things work. I think I am gonna fight them. Kind of feel bad about Rix, though.
Need to find a hiding.
Ow. So, 1 turn cooldown, okay. What are they worth experience-wise? I didn't pay attention. Well, damn. I can summon another totem, and we're gonna make a blood totem. And one more. And now I can wait and the totems will finish him off. Blood totems do physical damage. It's just like way stronger. So 100 experience each. Kind of fucked up killing them. Does bother me a bit that I just did that. Because I persuaded them not to fight me and then I killed them. That's pretty messed up. In my opinion. Rested. Bedroll heals you up instantly. It's amazing. Best way to heal. I don't think you can do it in a fight though. Yeah. Don't walk in the fire, dude.
Great gods! Something's pounding on the hull.
Skull-marked door. Aha! There's a thing here. It's literally called My First Bow. I like it. So this fire's in the way, so we could pop this water barrel. Nice little way to get rid of it. A bit odd that we're using fire to put the fire out, so it did make a little bit of fire, but that fire burns out. Alright, what does this note? We got a skull-marked key, which might go with that door. Murtoff, Death Fog barrels have been locked down in storage. Stay out, you and Rix both. If anyone starts fooling around down there, it'll be lights out. Captain Gawin. There's a lot of people screaming in the background. Let's check it out. Skull-marked door.
The marking on the door was painted recently, judging from its pungent scent. You recognize the symbol immediately for what it is. A warning of death fog within. You press your palm against the door to open it. Your fingers clack against the wood, and you suddenly feel grey. The touch leaves you numb, dull.
Pull open the door.
It doesn't budge.
Use your key.
The door groans open, but an ashen shadow clouds your mind.
And all that suddenly comes out. Now if we mouse over it, instant death for the living.
Death fog? Good thing I'm immune. Still, this means trouble.
If you look at the texture, if you just look at the death fog, it's like a starry expanse in the background, which is really cool. Very interesting effect. I think as I pan over, yeah, as you pan over it, it's like a parallax effect too, which is cool. So yeah, if you step in that as anyone that's alive, you just die, as the game says. Let's read a couple more of these. Confessing to murder, the sorcerer Wendigo implied that we had something in common with her victim. She triggered an explosion and escaped. The Merryweather was carrying death fog, a poisonous gas used by the Divine Order in the last war. It's best avoided. I must retrieve my mask from the witch or craft a new one from source orbs and the ripped off faces of the dead. Right, and as for troubled waters, getting armed. We armed ourselves with some basic weapons. The journal entry we? Who is we? Oh, the game saved for me. I was about to hit the button. Oh, rip to that Magister Knight. Alright, so we have blood up here. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, we do have... Yeah, we have some right here. Who's yelling? Okay, cool. Blood infusion. That's what I like. Wait, that thing got poisoned. And it died! What a nerd. Mosquito Swarm. Unleash a swarm of giant mosquitoes to suck the blood from your enemies, dealing 8 to 9 physical damage and healing yourself. Restore vitality equal to damage dealt. Set bleeding for 2 turns. Yeah, it's pretty good. We have someone over here. Polly. That's one of the kids, I think. Up here we have Magister Knight and the Captain. Cool. Nice. Attack of opportunity is always good. I don't want to be hit by this. Whatever. That works out. We could still summon more. Keep bringing these totems out. We should be able to finish him next turn. Oh yeah, the blood totems got him. Easy. So those are voidlings, by the way. Vicious voidling. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's a hentai tentacle. Also, they're dead. Can I get up here? I want to loot them. Damn it. Well, I mean, we can get up here. Cheese the bedroll like that. What do we have here? Improvised wand. It's equivalent to one of the ones I have. Still doesn't mean you shouldn't loot it, however. What's going on down here? We have Gil. That's where he went.
That means there's still a chance.
Children and dwarfs first, just like the old stories say.
The dwarf yanks at one of the nearby ropes to no avail.
You said there were other people down there. We need to help them.
You see those tentacles, kid? It's time to get the hell out of here.
The ship trembles beneath your feet, but the kid's right. Say you'll go back to the lower deck and look for survivors.
Thank you! There's a ladder right over there. You can go straight down.
You're gonna be the death of us, you hear?
No, we're fine. Just to be safe, though, we're gonna get this bucket. We're going to check the lower deck for survivors. Yep. Attracted by Source unleashed in the explosion, a gigantic void woken attacked the ship. Yeah, this big-ass, like, hentai tentacle that's running through here.
The Magister lies on the floor.
We can't help? Okay. I was gonna try to help. I thought you could. Maybe we'll get a chance momentarily. Whoa! Alright, we need... Well, I would say we need blood, but there is none. Block that side off a little bit, since it's more dangerous. So if you summon from nothing, it's wood. Like we have wood totems. It's not literally because the ship is made of wood.
Beardless bugs would sink the ship on my watch.
Nice. Going after Sebille.
Let the games begin.
Oh, nice. I love that move. One of the best moves about being a scoundrel is like teleporting behind your enemy like that. Okay, and she used adrenaline, which is the one I was talking about before. And flesh sacrifice. So she has so much AP in a single turn, it's obscene.
I thought Void Woken was supposed to be scary.
I've faced worse.
Dude, I'm all the way at the end of this turn order. Why did it put me so far back? I think they're gonna finish off the enemies. What is she doing? They probably would have finished off the enemies, but I think that, yeah, that stopped it from happening. I wanted to check these. We may actually be timed. Oh, let's check her out. Yeah, she's making sound.
It's Magister Siwan. The one who put on this damn collar. Sounds...
She tries to speak, but can only gape as she clutches her neck, trying to stem the bleeding of a gushing wound.
Look around for some way to help her.
With jagged movements, she raises her clenched fist and holds out a length of cloth, soaked with some kind of strong-smelling tincture.
Take the cloth and hold it tight to the wound to try and stem the bleeding.
Blood quickly soaks through the cloth. Magister Siwan's mouth opens and closes, her eyes wide in terror.
Unravel the blood-red cloth and wrap it snugly around her neck like a tourniquet.
Blood pours out from around the bandage. Magister Siwan reaches out to you, her hand flailing.
Hold the cloth tighter to the wound.
It's working. The pressure is stemming the flow of blood. Siwan clutches your arm, her eyes locked with yours. Something within the ship snaps. The floorboards shudder.
Continue holding the cloth to the wound. Take Siwan's hand and try to help her stand.
Siwan struggles to her feet, clinging to you tightly. The ship lets out a deep groan, then cracks.
Oh, damn. We're still knocked down for like 2 more turns. 3. That was an interesting voice. It was like a lot of voices at once.
Honorable Dallis, we lost a ship sailing sorcerer prisoners to Fort Joy. We assume some escaped and broke their collars. Their vile magic lured the Voidwoken. All who were aboard are presumed dead. Yours faithfully into eternity, High Judge Orivan.
Alrighty then. I guess we're dead now. Well, we kind of already were. We're here on the beach. We're fine. Chapter 2, Escape from Reaper's Eye.
Decidedly unpleasant. I'm either lone survivor.
Sole survivor.
Definition of survivor, of course.
Alright, let me talk about a couple things real quick. Soul Survivor is a Blue Oyster Cult song. Right? Anyway, let's talk about a couple things that are on my mind. One thing I forgot to mention, I had mentioned early on before starting the game at the title screen, that this game is more polished. One thing I failed to say is that I feel like the production values are higher. And I was actually about to comment on that early on when we were watching the origin character stories, their backstories. I feel like that's a prime example of how the like the backstory or the way those are presented to me feels like a much higher production value than pretty much anything from the previous game. Secondly, I feel like that whole ship, and especially like the different scenes and everything we just got, I feel like it's a prime example of how the production value just feels a lot higher in this game. So they did a really good job with this game, I think. So when I say there's some things I like, there's some things I you know, dislike, I guess? Basically, I think there's pros and cons for each game. But that's not to say that I you know, don't like this game. I think this game is brilliant. I love this game. Yeah, the water looks nice. Where is Tusk? Where is Tusk when we need him? You've discovered a waypoint. Fleeing combat allows you to escape to any discovered waypoint. You can also quickly travel between waypoints. Yep, just like before. Ancient statue of Brachus Rex. Hey, we've seen him before. That's an interesting thing to use as a waypoint, is it not?
This won't be of any use. This won't be of any use.
This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken. That's Tam. Were you... I don't remember that you were on the boat.
The child has a small mirror in his hands. He holds it up at angles, inspecting his eyes, his chin, the crown of his head. He spots you, and his arms snap to his sides.
I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
Use his words. Many people are strange, but can you truly say one is stranger than another?
The child considers your statement.
You're weird. Are you a sorcerer? One of those guys that brings the bad void things here?
You are, and by the looks of that collar around his neck, so is he.
The child looks at you straight on, unafraid, searching the shadows cloaking your face. He lifts his mirror to his nose, closes one eye, and looks at himself again.
I don't see any source on you or me. I guess they're wrong or crazy.
Tell them they may well be wrong and crazy.
Maybe you're right. At least they don't mind where anyone goes. They know we can't leave the island, and it's a lot nicer out here than outside.
Say it isn't safe out here. Your ship was attacked by Voidwoken, not far off this shore.
But you didn't die.
Say you survived the Voidwoken attack by the skin of your teeth. You should really find somewhere safer to go.
There isn't anywhere safer. That's what I mean. You'll see.
Ask him why he doesn't seem scared.
Guess I am, but it's just normal to be scared. Nowhere isn't scary.
Cool. He lives a healthy life. It's a healthy childhood, right? We interact.
Brachus Rex. I've read his history. Quite gruesome, even for a human. Mortals look at this and think it's old. It's rather adorable, really. Mortals look at this and think it's old. It's rather adorable, really.
Alrighty. Yeah, I really like the caustics. I mean, I don't know if they're caustics. I don't know if that's what I'd call it. But there is like some distortion of what's under the surface. It looks really cool. Good shader. Not the most complex shader I've ever seen, but it's good. I like it. Sight range indicator. There are enemies ahead. Press left shift to see the enemy's sight range. When you enter their sight range, combat will start. You can try sneaking around by pressing C. I don't think I knew about that sight range thing. I would always crouch. I don't think I remembered that. Thank you for doing that for me, game. There we are.
Voidwoken. Those are the same beasts that sank our ship. Damn. They made it to shore.
I want to get closer. Nope. too close, they just like automatically know about you. Blood. Gotta make that blood infusion. They're like pill bugs, like roly-polies or, well, pill bugs. Isopods, right? Hello. How do you know my name? Excuse me, that was a long way to move and still get an attack. That was rather rude of you.
Glory is mine.
That guy has 2 health. I'm just gonna finish him off. I'm lucky that didn't shock the blood. And this guy's done. Other totem will finish him off. Or the bleeding.
Bloody collars were supposed to keep those things at bay.
We loot that one? Yeah. I keep trying to, like in my mind, avoid poison.
I wonder in which order.
So used to the last playthrough. So I don't think we really looked at this talent, but in Original Sin, you could take an undead talent. The hell's going on up here? I mean, I know, but let's just take a look at this. It's like a squirrel on a undead cat, on a skeletal cat. That's what's going on up here. Crafty weaponry, die by the sword. A word of advice to the badly armed. Tie your knife or shiv, if that's all you have, to a stick or branch. Now you've got a sword of sorts.
Look here, Quercus. Another giant. My word, this blasted isle is teeming with them. What's that? Yes, I did see how it made short work of the great acorn servants. Quite right, very impressive. But that is no reason to trust it. Giants like that destroyed our forests. They are the very reason the great acorn is returning in all its wrath. What? Dear me, have you taken leave of all 6 of your senses? You would have me use this giant for a shield? Why would I... Oh, I see. You cunning devil, Quercus. Of course, if it defeated the great acorn's vile servants, it can do so again. We need only follow in its big, wide shadow and be safe.
Giants? Acorns? Shields? Tell him you've no idea what he's talking about.
Egad! It speaks our tongue, Quercus! Hush before... What do you mean a good time for introductions? You know full well who I am, you silly old cat. The great Salora, grandest of the... Oh, introduce myself to the giant. I shall do no such thing. You give away your trust too easily, my dear steed. No, we will have the giant march. In time, we'll see whether it deserves our confidence. Now, onwards! Shield! Venture forth, post-haste. The great acorn waits for no one.
All right, buddy.
Aye, the giant takes notice of its charges.
Explain that you have some questions.
Dear me, it has questions, Quercus.
If a long dialogue pops up, I'm gonna grab another drink, because I'm empty again. I did that when Beast was talking earlier.
Why, yes, I suppose answering them is the polite thing to do. Speak, Shield! What are your queries?
Ask for more detail about the Great Acorn. What is it exactly?
A giant body, but no giant brain, eh, Quercus?
Surely, even the tall folk know that Rivellon was bare before the great acorn fell from above and seeded the Irwood, covering this land in beautiful, perfect forests. Beautiful and perfect until the giant races, no offense, realized they could use it to build their houses and fuel their fires. They carved the Irwood up, and the forests shrank and shrank. None of the original wood remains. But someday, the great acorn will fall again. The forests will be reborn, and the giant races will be wiped from this world. At least that's what I hear.
Explain that you're still a little confused. Where did this acorn come from?
Oh, Quercus, it wants answers. As if it is the first creature to ponder the big questions of the universe. What tree did the great acorn fall from? Where did that tree come from, if not a greater acorn? Could you build a nest great enough to store the great acorn for the winter? Some questions have no answers. Quercus, why is that so difficult to understand? The great acorn will come. It will destroy the world, and squirrels will reign supreme forever. I fail to see what's so difficult to grasp.
Ask whether he thinks it's good that the great acorn may return.
What do you say, Quercus? We once believed it was good, but now... No, quite right. As terrible as the giants have been to us, we do not want to see them wiped out. Rather, we must find a way to live together in peace, giant and squirrel.
Say you quite agree. Peace ought to be the end goal in all matters.
Although it would be quite a bit easier to get along if the giants would stop turning our home forests into spears and ships and things, wouldn't it, Quercus? Perhaps the shield will let them know as much.
All right. Well, now he follows us. We got us a companion. We have up here. Ah! Well, you look familiar, don't you? The Red Prince, huh? Talk to you momentarily.
You spot a strange lizard gazing over the water with a steady, malcontent stare. His skin is of a bright, blood-red color. Could he be... Yes, you recognize him from the ship. It would seem you're not the only one who survived the tentacles of the deep.
I like these options. I'm not going to read every option. I'm going to just read the one I'm doing, but you're watching... It is worth reading some of the options. I mean, just for the sake of this one, I'm going to read all of them since I'm calling it out, but one of the ones I'm not going to pick, smirk and tell him his slave has come to report for duty. Or another one, he's the one that took you by the jaw and sized you up like a damn horse. Say you've a bone to pick with him. But what I'm going to go with is, greet him heartily and say you're glad to see he survived the shipwreck.
The lizard turns about with the graceful ease of a dancer. Or a duelist. You lock eyes with his, two smouldering embers that sizzle your very soul.
I did survive, yes. And chances are I wouldn't have, had you not returned to the aid of your fellow passengers down in that dreadful hole. You have my gratitude.
Hand over heart, he salutes you with a bob of the head. More than a nod, though less than a bow.
Tell him you were glad to be of help. Doesn't do to stand idly by when people are in danger.
Yes, I'm sure you've all the makings of a hero and all that, but let's not get carried away, shall we? Nevertheless, one good turn does deserve another, so as far as the whole slave business is concerned, let's just forget about it. You may as well have your freedom. Now then, if there's nothing further...
Ask what he's doing here, standing on that rock.
I'm sure I don't mean to sound condescending, but I had thought it quite self-evident I was gazing out over the waves.
He sighs dramatically.
Tell me, what do you see when you cast your glance over this ocean?
I say that you see memories, childhood days spent in the sun.
Memories? Quite so.
He looks out over the water once more, and so do you. A few tranquil moments pass as the waves lap against your thoughts.
As for myself, when I consider this vast expanse before us, I see an empire. I see continents dotted with mighty cities, and shimmering along the soft curve of the sea's horizon, I picture the palaces that formed my paradise. Lost.
Ask what he means by lost exactly.
What do you mean, what do I mean? I mean just what I say. I had a very actual empire that I lost.
Suddenly, having all the air of being deeply offended, he stares at you with utter incredulity.
Well, don't just stand there gawking like an ape at an abacus. Or do you really mean to tell me you don't know who I am?
A red lizard. That can only mean one thing. He's the notorious Red Prince.
The very same. I am the Red Prince, the All-Conqueror, the World-Tamer, the Spouse of the Sun. Of course you know me.
There's a brief moment's pause, during which his grandiloquent pose deflates ever so slightly.
That said, I suppose I must own up to the fact that I find myself rather in between all-conquering and world-taming opportunities at the moment. The grandeur that is my fate has hit a bit of a snag. But never you worry. For the throne I was destined, and my throne I shall have.
Invite him to travel with you. Maybe you can even help him win his throne back.
Truly. A kind offer indeed. And you've already proven to be trustworthy enough. You came back for the others on that ship after all. Fine, I accept. On one condition. For reasons I'll not disclose right now, it is imperative that I should meet with a dreamer, one of the mystics of my kind. I've reason to believe one of them may be present on this island. Promise me we'll look for him, and I'll extend you the blessing of my company.
Promise him.
Jolly good.
Casually ask him how he feels about the, living impaired.
The undead? Like your good self, you mean?
Oh no, he already knows.
Come now, did you really think a handful of linen towels can fool me? But don't worry. I have studied the arcane arts for years, including necromancy and demonology. I do not hold the petty prejudices of common folks. In fact, I prefer the exceptional in all things. Your secret is safe with me. So, now that that's settled, first things first. Even if you are as versed in the art of eloquence as I am, that our swords will be doing a lot of the talking from here on out goes without saying.
Now here's where it's going to get interesting. Check this out.
As a born fighter, I prefer the perfection of the blade myself. But I'm well acquainted with the secrets of magic, and yes, even subterfuge. What say you?
All right, let's let it ride on this for a moment while I'm going to spend some time thinking about this and explaining what's happening. But I also want to draw attention to something, and I meant to do this back when we were listening to the origin character stories. And, you know, I was going to talk a little bit about the Red Prince here. So his background is that he had an empire, and he was consorting with demons, essentially. And while it's not exactly the same as Jehan, there's a lot of similarities to Jehan. I do find that interesting. Jehan was unknowingly consorting with demons, Hiraka, and she was draining his life force, making him ill. And then he turned to another demon, Balbareth, to basically cure his illness. And then that's when he found out that Hiraka was a demon. So, like, he had started out unknowingly consorting with demons and then knowingly consorting with demons. And then he lost his empire and everything, so that was fun. But it's similar to some of the stuff that we heard about the Red Prince here, so that's just an interesting parallel. What's going on, Tusk? Are you saying ill because I was saying Jehan was ill? Or what do you mean? You just said ill with a question mark. Anyway, so what's going on here is this is one of the other things that is very different about this game than the previous. And it is that when you get a party member, you can actually tell them what you want them to be. So the Red Prince says, hey, I'm a fighter, but I can do these other things too. So we can make him, I don't know what the difference is with... Okay, no, I know how it's going to work. So if we say, like, martial experience, then it's going to give us subcategories. So basically what we're doing is defining how the character starts out. So one of the problems in the last game is that, like, if you don't want a ranger, then Baradotter's not the best companion because she has wasted skill points in, like, bow and everything, right? An expert marksman and stuff. So you probably wouldn't want to use Baradotter. And that's part of the reason I didn't use Wolgraf, because, you know, I didn't really want a scoundrel type character, so it didn't make sense to use him. In this game, we can request the, we can, like, set up the people that we recruit to be whatever we want. So he's a fighter by default. We can ask for a little muscle, ask if he has martial experience.
Do not take my elegance as a mask for frailty. My blows shatter shields, and my thrusts pierce armor. If a warrior you need, the warrior you'll have.
So then we can say fighter, battle mage, a knight, someone who can deal a lot of damage up close and personal, an inquisitor, a fighter who doesn't shy away from dabbling in the dark arts and enjoys pummeling his enemies with a heavy two-handed hammer.
Wavering is a sign of finesse is a condition one should assume in any situation, from dining to discourse to dueling. What situations do you have in mind?
What's going on with you, Tusk, though? What are you up to? You saw that you're like, oh, he's standing next to water. This is my time. Let's see, so we could do a ranger, a rogue, Shadowblade, so Shadowblade is interesting. A wayfarer, or a metamorph, someone who can transform themselves.
Wavering is a sign
What about the arcane
wizardry
arts?
is embedded in my nature as deeply as the instincts to breathe and drink and mate. The dominion over fire suits me best, truth be told, but there is no school of magic I cannot master.
So a cleric for healing and supporting, an enchanter who can manipulate and weaken enemies, a witch, someone who can drain the life from enemies, cast necromantic skills, and get close and personal with any dagger. An elemental powerhouse, a wizard will do. A conjurer, someone who can summon aid to the battlefield.
Wavering is a sign of weakness, so make your choice and stand by it.
I think for now I'm gonna leave him as a fighter, but we can actually change him all we want over time, so it's not gonna be a problem.
Very well. Onwards then to victory or death.
That settles it.
The Red Prince nods and gives you a smile that wavers ever so delicately between courtesy and contempt.
Now, as you're aware, you'll be traveling with a prince. Proper forms of address include Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, or if you're feeling particularly frivolous, Milord. As your luck would have it, I seem to be fresh out of luggage, so you won't be required to carry my belongings. Of course, there are other forms of protocol to bear in mind, but I'll see to it you'll pick up the rest as we go. So, without further ado, let us be off.
Alright, click on a party member's portrait to control them. The party member you're controlling is a gold highlight. Yep, we know how this works. And we can chain them just like in the last game. So we can have him walk around on his own. Wait, why did they... Okay, I didn't drag him far enough, I guess. Yeah, so we could chain them, unchain them. Basic stuff here. What level is he? He's already level 2. Okay. So what do I want to level up? I'm almost thinking intelligence and memory. Abilities shape what characters can do and how well they do it. Yeah, I know how abilities work. So summoning, summons start with 20% more vitality, damage, physical armor, and magic armor. Let's do summoning. So if we look again, they'll go up to 30% if we get to level 3, and so on. Summoning is busted good. And I think I want to do persuasion. Or thievery. Damn, I'm torn. Let's do persuasion. Thievery is good, but I think persuasion is going to come in handy more often than thievery. Alrighty. So we got a party member. Oh, another thing I was going to comment on, by the way, after the whole boat getting attacked by a giant hentai tentacle monster and everything. The Kraken. I said this game does have a bit of a slow burn intro as well. Excuse me. I have like hiccups and stuff going on. It's weird. I said that this game does have a little bit of a slow burn intro similar to the last game. And I mean, the boat has that kind of vibe initially, but it also just picked up heavily, right? Where the whole boat gets attacked and destroyed, and, you know, here we are. Now it's kind of slowed back down a little bit, so I don't know if this was designed as a way to... Oh.
Ah, hello, small, furry creature. How do you do?
It seems we're
Katze.
not the only ones taking on strays. Oh, no need to be jealous, Quercus. Fur maketh not the cat.
I love it. Oh, look at that stretch! Yo, that cat had a powerful stretch. I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, I don't know if people had a problem with the slow burn intro of the last game, but it feels like they were definitely trying to ramp things up on here a bit to drag people in a bit more.
The cat's eyes are clouded and grey, but it stares at you with acute intensity.
What? How did I get... Hey, stop following me.
Insist that you weren't following it. It approached you.
What? No, that can't be. I can't... Hey, stop following me.
Ask the cat if it's feeling okay.
Huh? Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I'm not sure. It's all a little foggy.
Wonder where he came from.
The cat opens his mouth as if to speak, but his eyes lose focus, and with a jerk he turns away from you.
Alright, I think he's high. I hear someone over here talking. That is Trice, who I'm pretty sure was on the boat.
Rubbish. Rubbish.
Never want to set foot on a stuffy old boat ever again. Never. Hey, mister. It's a lot nicer here than that stinking boat, huh? I'm sure glad you went back to save the others. Saw one of them wringing out their tunic at the shore a few hours ago. Say hi for me. Now, where should I put this?
So our experience is equal, which is good. I was worried that we were gonna have different amounts of experience. It seems like it started... Wait. Who took that shell? The kid? Interesting. Alright. I forgot what I was saying again. What is wrong with me? Uh-oh. Why are we auto-saving? Oh, we got something going on over there. We've heard about Dallis. Not the city.
Your godwoken has asked you a question.
What, Tusk?
Answer him. Stay back, sorcerer, and stay silent. Our godwoken speaks.
We know you've been helping sorcerers escape, Atusa. We have proof.
I didn't mean to interrupt that.
I'd sooner cut my tongue out than lie to you, Alexander. I know nothing of any escapees.
If you can tell the godwoken no more, your tongue is of no use. Cut it out.
This can't be serious, Alexander. Come!
You should know by now to obey your superior, Magister, whatever she may ask.
Call out that only the gods are fit to take back what they have given.
Stay silent, you!
Atusa pinches the tip of her tongue with 2 fingers and brings her dagger to its root. Her eyes squeeze shut. Drops of blood form against the dagger's edge and quickly fall to the ground. She groans.
So... she's cutting her own tongue out.
Stop! My father, may his soul rest in peace, would be disappointed in you, Atusa. To think you would lie to his only son, your bishop, and your friend these many years. The fate of our realm hangs in the balance. If you will not help us save it, then you will help the Void destroy it. Dallis?
Yes, your holiness?
I believe we're done here.
What a waste. Come, we'll be needed elsewhere.
Red Prince wants to talk about that.
The Lizard Magister, or what's left of her, lies in a puddle of gore.
Well, that was certainly a messy display of dominance.
She was a lizard, yet a magister. No matter her reasons, her penalty was fair.
In dialogues concerning the entire party, characters that are not avatars will automatically give their own answers. Yeah, because they have personalities just like the last game, except we don't define that because the Red Prince is a predefined character. Also, Tusk, hell yeah, dude. Get you a doggo. Do it. Atusa's leg. Perhaps one day I will get a doggo. So much work, though. I need a different life before that. Oh, I just remembered something. Red Prince, being a lizard, can do something special. This might be an opportunity to see it, actually. Wooden cross.
Here lies a nameless inmate. May he find the peace denied him in life in the Hall of Echoes.
He may detect... No, if we detect a dig... Red Prince, being a lizard, can dig. He has, like, claws. We have a thing here. World secrets. Keep an eye out for secret passages. Rivellon is full of hidden levers, pressure plates, and mysterious hatches. Try walking through the hanging vines. Dead human. The ooze barrel's nice. For me. Oh, I thought that was a bedroll, but it just made me realize I need to send a bedroll to the Red Prince. Although I don't think it matters. I think if one person uses it, it works for all of us if we're linked. Yeah. Okay, so what does Red Prince have? He has a knife on a stick, a one-handed sword. Let's see, 5 to 6 damage. Damage. And the shield, the one he has is better. Okay. You can actually climb up here. There's stuff going on up this way. We'll have to check that out. There is a chest right here. But we can't reach it. We'll have to find a way to get that. There's a cave down here. A dead elf. What is this tree trunk? Why is it attackable? Interesting. We'll have to see what that's about. What do we have here? Another path.
I've spotted something.
What have you spotted? What is it? It's a dig? I missed it. What the hell was it? Oh, there it is.
One must put in due effort if one is to reap the proper reward.
The ground here appears freshly dug. If you have a shovel or if you are a lizard, you can dig here to seek the buried treasure. And we have a dusty pouch. With a decent bow. Darling bow. Ooh, and some new armor. I think I will give that to Red Prince. Because if he's going to be doing some physical fighting, then it makes sense for him to have better armor. So is this... This is... Yeah, it's not super close to that tree, but... We warp over here? Like, I know we can't right now, but I think that's what that's for. You have a way to teleport. We obviously did in the last game. Also, it's interesting to note, I think there was something called Featherfall in the last game where you could teleport people without hurting them, but I never recall seeing Featherfall anywhere. We go up here? Yeah, let's go up here. We don't really need that shovel, but we'll take it. You found a shovel. If you find a suspicious-looking mound, you may be able to dig something up. At some point, this is all going to encumber me, and I'll have to shift items around. Alright, let's head into the fort. This would be Fort Joy. We've heard oh so much about. We still have some stuff we haven't checked out though. We're gonna say entering Fort Joy. The situation going on there.
Saw him, didn't you? The Hammer and Alexander. They gave that scaly traitor what for, they did.
Muse that at least the lizard is at peace now, you hope.
Peace is more than she deserves. She were a traitor to the core.
Ask what more he knows about Bishop Alexander and Dallis.
Bishop's a son of the dead divine. Don't know when we'll get a new one, but Alexander's looking after us in the meantime all the same. And the Hammer's a solid sort. Don't take no guff and don't stand for no idling. Earned that name for a reason, she did.
Ask when you'll be allowed to leave this place.
When you give up the darkness that's inside you. Take your fault, it's there, mine. But it's there all the same. They're working on a cure for you even now. Got some good leads, so I hear.
Oh my god.
You can trust Dallis to take care of it. And once you're cured, your life will start again.
Ask how he came to be a guard here.
During the time of Lucian, of course. Who wouldn't join up with God himself? It was all glory, all goodness. When we lost him, well, it only made sense to see his will through.
Ask him how he can know the will of the divine.
Can't for certain, but I reckon when God himself gives his life to protect you, you don't waste the gift. You protect it with everything you've got. So that's what we do.
Wonder aloud if the divine really would have approved of a place like Fort Joy.
Lucian gave his life to protect Rivellon. If we let the Voidwoken get to it now, well, we'd have lost him for nothing. Fort Joy ain't no summer camp. No one said it were, but it's the best we've got to protect the realm.
You know, and I can't help but, you know, comment or mention that we're talking about Voidwoken and the whole, you know, big plot or whatever of the last game was the Void was taking over, right? So the original sin was Astarte deceiving the Guardians of the God Box, and then she opened it, and that unleashed the Void, and then she fought the Void Dragon forever until the events of that game. And, you know, the last boss, the ending of the game, is defeating the Void Dragon and sealing it back up. So what is this nonsense about Void Woken? What's going on with the Void, right? This seems to be directly tied to the last game. The game is telling me how to quick save. Yeah. What's going on up here?
Come on, then. Is that indigestion or is it? Oh God, not now.
I find only bread. I want no trouble.
A Lodi.
Bread or a brisket?
Ifan.
All's the same.
Your Griff teaches you to bully others. Pathetic.
You keep his name out of your mouth, you filthy cunt, you are.
You gonna pray all day, buddy?
Have your cud.
Disgusting. Just like all your kind.
Oh, he's being racist now.
Disgusting like theft. Disgusting like threats.
Brave God. Will you quit dragging this on? Tain't that hard, Legsy. Just hand over the gold.
I will not. This is not your business, Long Pig.
Don't let this moss muncher talk to you like that. Especially a cheapskate like this one. Griff already knows she don't like to pay her fair share.
An intense-looking man steps between the thug and the elf and rolls up his sleeves, revealing well-muscled and heavily scarred arms. You recognize him. It's Ifan, who you met aboard the ship on the way here.
Just stand aside, won't you, mate? This is no business of yours.
Lone wolves decide their own business.
The thug freezes in fear for a moment before shuffling back to the protection of his crony.
Pay up, elf. No one shorts Griff, especially not one of you.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Ask why the elf owes him money.
Everyone in camp's got to contribute. For food, for protection, no exceptions. Especially not for elves. Griff's orders.
Food? Protection? I have neither.
Ask after this Griff.
Runs the kitchen. Means he runs me, you, and everyone else in camp.
Tell the elf she should pay up. No, I'm not going to do that. Why did I start reading that? Well, I was reading it in my head, but I was like, I'm going to read it out loud. Say this sounds like a little more than a shakedown in disguise.
You two ought to be thanking your lucky gods it's us, and not the Magisters enforcing round here. A fool never knows what they've got till it's well and gone. Now come on, elf. If you make me say it again, there's gonna be trouble.
Say that if he chooses to harass her, you won't stand by and watch. Or harm her, you won't stand by and watch.
And neither will I.
We got a system, and it looks like you don't want to fit in.
Oh, she was ready. She wasted no time. His name is Burro. He's a donkey. You know you're Spanish. There's no blood to work with yet, so we'll just get a wood totem out there. Ifan's got his bow. You know how I liked my archer in the last game. Put in some work. Okay, so we should explain the armor system, because I don't think the game has really talked about it yet. But it's starting to be a thing now. So let me talk about the armor system real quick. If you look at the Red Prince, he has 3 bars here. He has like a whitish bar, a blue bar, and a red bar. The red bar is his health. The whitish bar is physical armor, so he has 17 of 17 physical armor, and the blue bar is magic armor, 11. If we look at Kana here, she has 4 physical armor out of 15, and she has 0 of 5 magical armor. And then similarly, if we look at Burro, he has 0 physical and magical. Now the way it works is physical damage is checked by physical armor. physical effects are also checked by physical armor. Magical damage and magical effects are checked by magic armor. So if I were to say hit somebody with fire and they have magic armor, let's say they have 10 magic armor and I hit them for 15 fire damage. That's gonna take 10 magic armor off and then only hit their vitality for 5 health.
You gonna pray all day, buddy?
So it's a much different system. Effects are also resisted by it. So we see here Dragon's Blaze can breathe flames in a cone, but the burning is resisted by magic armor. So if we use that, instead of setting somebody on fire immediately, it's only going to do that once they don't have any magic armor. So burning is essentially useless until they're out of magic armor. It's a much different system. So like Fortify here provides physical armor, so you like boost your physical armor to keep your health, your vitality itself from being damaged. Very, very different system, but it has its pros and cons. I'll say that much. It has its pros and cons. So anyway, here I want to do both of these. I want to do this. You bounce your shield off of them, so it hits them both. It's like Ricochet with the archer. And then we're going to try Battle Stomp to knock them both down. Haha, losers. What a nerd. We'll make us a blood totem. And then we'll use a dimensional bolt. Is that gonna hit? Is it gonna go through everybody? It did. Oh, you're getting dunked on. Ifan just made blood arrows. That's cool.
Follow me before more of them trouble us.
All right. Ooh, you have a tormented soul. Do I want to buy that? I guess. I don't know how much crafting I'm going to be doing. It's a lot of money. Ooh, I don't know about that. Let's take that back.
I have an errand to run around here first. I'll catch up with you there later.
Remember, past the kitchens, down to the beach, inside the caves there. There is a safe place.
All right.
Not now.
Yeah, so I'm not going to follow her at the moment. Ooh, one-handed mace. My little summon's still running around. And he gone. Alright, so Red Prince. It's 1 extra damage. Still a one-handed weapon. It's pretty decent. Alright, let us save. Now let's talk to Ifan.
Ifan rolls his sleeves back down and casually wipes some blood from his cheek. He nods at you, the shadow of a smile on his lips.
Good work there. Good work. I can tell you've got chops. Say, you were on the ship here with me, weren't you?
He stretches out one rough hand to shake yours.
Smile and reach out a hand to shake his.
He grips your hand tight as a vice and pauses. His fingertips feel your finger bones. His eyes narrow, but a moment later he shrugs and smiles.
Say, you don't look all that busy now that we're safely on dry land. I could use someone to watch my back, and it looks like you could use someone to watch yours. I've just got a small errand to run. And then I'll be looking to get the hell out of here, while I've still got a neck to collar. How about we stick together until we get out of this place?
Look at this, he's inviting me, like, he's asking me to travel together. He's very open. Say the thugs were afraid when he mentioned lone wolves. What are they?
He shrugs, looking off to the side.
Mercenaries. It's a job. My job.
I asked him about that errand he mentioned earlier. It sounds highly suspicious.
Everyone needs to make a living. I make mine running errands.
The little black cat trailing you hisses at him, hair raising a ridge along its back. Without batting an eyelid, the man rumbles a lupine growl. The cat hides behind your leg, mewling.
Ask who he's here to kill.
He shoots you a flinty look, all teeth and peril.
Lone wolves only share such information with friends. Are we going to be friends?
Nod.
He grins, sharp teeth glittering in the midday sun.
So, before we hit the road, it's best if we decide battle strategies up front. Should keep more of our blood in.
I like that.
Survival's my main priority. I'll use every trick in the book to keep us alive. But if a wayfarer's not what you're after, I've got other skills. What do you need?
Alright, so let's take a look at the finesse.
Dexterous arts. What are you looking for exactly? A tapestry embroiderer?
So, Wayfarer, how is that described here? A ranger who can dabble into the arcane arts. And then a ranger is just a straight-up ranger. I'm okay with Wayfarer, I think. We'll leave him as a Wayfarer and see what he does. Ooh.
Sure.
I'll just pick it up. I just like picking this, even though it's the same thing. Say his Wayfarer skills sound useful. You'd like him to focus on those.
Can do. Onwards.
That settles it.
He scans the horizon for threats with one green eye, then nods back at you.
Right you are. Lead the way.
Yay, new party member! Split the party by dragging their portraits away from one another, breaking the chain that... Okay, we know how it works. Alright, so we have Lohse right there. Now, just like the last game, we can only have a party of 4. And... Oh man, I think I want to get Lohse. I was kind of thinking about maybe getting Beast. So I definitely want Ifan. I definitely want Ifan. I think the Red Prince is cool. I like Beast. He's funny. I really, really like Beast's personality. Last time I played this game was with a friend, and he played as Beast, so I've seen, like, all of Beast's story. I think he played as Beast. Or did he play as... He might have played as Sebille and then used Beast as his companion. Whatever, though. Regardless, I like Beast. He's funny. I like Lohse, and I like her story a lot. It's a tough call, to be honest. It doesn't... So if I recruit Lohse, I can still get Beast. But we just have to tell Lohse, like, hey, I'm gonna need you to leave the party, and then we can swap out who we have. So... Let's go ahead and talk to Lohse and recruit her for the moment.
Hey, I know you.
Lohse, the dark-eyed jokester you met aboard the ship, waves enthusiastically and dips into a mock elegant curtsy.
Back then I was Madame Josephine Gribbles de Pube, and you were you. Glad to see you made it. Nothing like a nice tentacle slap across the moor to set the tone for the week, eh? How'd you escape?
I do love me some hentai tentacles. Say you tried to make a run for the boat, but you didn't make it. The rest is blurry.
I saw you fall. We all did. Thought you were done for. When we get out of this place, I owe you a pint. So you managed to swim to safety, is that it? What about when you were in the water? Didn't hear anything unusual, did you?
Nod. Tell her there was a strange voice. It seemed to want you to survive.
I heard the same thing. Do you know what this means? It means I'm not the only...
Lohse's voice catches in her throat. The joy drains from her face. Her eyes lose focus, and her whole body goes rigid. She is stock still, waxy skinned, her eyes dark. Greyish-black veins run from her eyes down her cheeks.
Gently call out to her and ask if she's all right.
Her head snaps to you mechanically, and her eyes lock with yours, dark pupils dilated into great black voids. Light suddenly flashes back into her face. The grey veins drain to pinkish flesh, and her whole body relaxes.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
Brown and ask why she's acting so strangely.
Oh, it's nothing really. It's just... I'm just a bit... well, a bit... hospitable?
Waggle a rackish eyebrow and ask if she's implying you should make yourself at home.
Ha! What I mean is, look, you've never been a host, right? That's because you're like a clump of leaves on the side of the road. That ain't bad, though. I'd give just about anything to be like you. But I'm a roadside inn. Red door, flowers out front, friendly lady at the door beckoning you in for half price. Like a goddamn gold star inn for the disembodied.
Say you may understand her better than she thinks.
She gives you a searching look.
You seem pretty well adjusted.
Tell her that looks can be deceiving.
Ain't that just the truth? So, how are you enjoying the joy?
Say you heard the accommodation was exceptional and had to see for yourself.
So true. And you can stay as long as your heart desires, free of charge. So, you want to check this place out together? Strength in numbers and all that.
Say that sounds like a good idea.
It does, right? Before we head out, I've got more than a few tricks up my sleeve, so you'll have to pick which one I'll pull out if... when push comes to shove. Lately I've been into the enchanting arts, but I can shoot, slash, summon, steal, whatever your little black heart desires. So, what'll it be? Don't know if you could tell.
So an enchanter can manipulate and weaken enemies.
Speciality.
Okay.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty while we're at it. What sort of magic are you interested in?
I'm thinking more a wizard rather than manipulate and weaken enemies. Elemental powerhouse. I kind of like the sound of that. So we're gonna actually switch her out a little bit.
Sounds fine. So we're good to go?
That settles it.
Yeah? Well, that was easier than I thought. And I'll do my best to stay myself. Lead the way.
Before you continue, ask if she has strong opinions about traveling with an undead.
Well, no, or I wouldn't have joined up with you, would I? Don't worry. I'm sure your get-up will fool most people hook, line, and sinker. I'm sensitive. Knew who you were the moment you rolled up. So don't worry, and lead the way, your deadliness.
You can now use Waypoint Travel. Use the Waypoint Travel button to travel to any Waypoint Shrine you've discovered. Oh, this lady's jamming in the soundtrack. Or maybe a kid. Sounds like a child singer. Dominic.
Bow your head, please. If we chant the endless prayer, the next divine will ascend.
Ask him to teach you the endless prayer.
It isn't the words you speak, but rather that you speak them. Prophecy says that only our devotion will restore him to us. A murmur of prayer, constant as the ocean, can lure our savior back to us.
Tell him the divine is dead, no matter how much anyone prays.
Haven't you heard? Bishop Alexander, the divine's own son, is God-woken. He will ascend. He will protect us from this darkness. Do not doubt that he will come into his powers at any moment, and then he shall ascend.
All right then, buddy. Well, we don't want to... Ooh, crime and punishment. If you take or touch property that isn't yours, beware of the consequences. Owners will develop a negative attitude towards you, and they will call the guards or even attack you if you go too far. Different people have different reactions. This is our waypoint.
The shrine depicts Lucian the Divine, avatar of the 7 gods.
Bow your head and offer a silent prayer to Lucian.
A low, resonant vibration hums somewhere deep within you. Your knees buckle. The hum grows louder, the world tilts and fades.
Shrine, by the looks of it.
All right. So we've got a whole ass party all of a sudden. Just like that. We're ready to beat the game now, huh? Yo, I will say speedruns in this game are busted. There's so many interesting things you can do. Nabora.
Amidst a crowd of screws, bolts, and scraps of metal, the woman is manipulating a glove-like contraption fitted with 5 long metal skewers. She doesn't look up as you approach.
So Farsight Infusion is... It's an improvement for my summons, but it's expensive. In fact, it is literally all the money that I have. I gotta think about that for a moment. Yeah, let's do it. Star represents the trader's attitude towards you. The higher their attitude, the better the prices. You can raise the trader's attitude by gifting items or gold. So if we pop in here now... all. Oh, we can't do it because we're in dialogue. Okay, that's why. Amidst a crowd of screws, bolts, and scraps of metal, the woman is manipulating a glove-like contraption filled with 5 long metal skewers. She doesn't look up as you approach.
And what you after?
This creature seems to be technically minded. Loudly wonder if she could fashion a face ripper for you.
Come again?
Patiently explain the schematics, the cutting blades, the skin hooks, all the apparatus needed to remove the facial skin from a humanoid.
Are you another friend of Niles? I told that Magister freak to get back to his little dungeon in the keep, and I'll tell you the same. Now get the hell out of my face!
Oh, she didn't like that. We got a new skill book. Let's unlock our hotbar real quick. Is she done talking to us?
The woman looks up as you approach.
What do you need?
No, okay, we're good. Say you have a few questions about Dallis.
The hammer got you curious. Yeah, funny name for a gal like that. When I knew her, the Feather would have been a likelier name.
Ask what she remembers of Dallis.
Oh, I don't know. She was a sweet soul, quiet, loved her family. Always seemed strong as I recall, but she didn't come across as no fearless military leader back then. She was just a girl. People do change, don't they?
Ask if it was Dallis who invented these god's awful collars.
She nods once.
Clever lass, her. No wonder what Alexander sees in her. Question is, what she sees in him.
Ask if you might see her wares. We've already done that.
Get an eyeful.
Alrighty. So we can make our summons a lot better now. Actually, I'm not happy with the way I set that up. In fact, let's do this. Incarnate, and then we can buff the incarnate, and then we could do elemental totems. Keep all the incarnate stuff next to each other, like localized. Also, it's worth noting we still have multiple hotbars. We still have 5 hotbars, but the hotbars are way bigger than they ever were in the last game. A few things we can grab here, but I don't think any of them are really very useful. We'll get the bucket. There's someone in here, right? Ew, she's diseased.
Leave me. Go.
Note her pallor and ask if she needs help.
You leave me be. Just leave.
Now I'm diseased.
She groans in pain, refusing or unable to acknowledge you.
She has necromancy skill books, which are cool. So disease lowers her damage, lowers her constitution. Lohse is broken. Oh, not anymore. That shit lasts for 10 turns, too. Is that what you've been doing today, Tusk? You've been playing Warframe?
Keep it down, will ya?
Who this? Stingtail.
Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't eat so much.
This is Fort Delivery. Surely you'll have one.
Crumbling disaster. Scram, snake face.
What a dick. That'd be Griff. Camp Boss Griff. I don't think I knew Stingtail went up there.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm very tired. Abominably tired. Beg your pardon.
Oh, this actually... I want to check. What does Lohse have? So she has Searing Daggers, Fossil Strike, and Ignition. Ifan has Pin Down, Fossil Strike, and Elemental Arrowheads. And then we've seen the Red Prince in action. Rip Tusk.
Leave him be. Don't make me say it again.
What's that? That is Griff's overpriced Drudene. He's selling... Wow, I mean, we have a markdown because of our bartering skill, but his default price for it would have been $52.50. So each one, since there's 10 of them, is 525 gold. God damn.
Listen, I can help you if you just...
Shut up, elf.
Say this elf seems badly injured and ask why he's being held here.
This clown? Caught him stealing from my kitchen. Still won't say where he stashed my supplies. Sound like someone you'd let off with a slap on the wrist.
Ask how you're sure he has the culprit.
Caught him red-handed trying to make off with a second crate after he took the first. Went down like a rent boy when we grabbed him. Easy.
Ask what he's meant to have stolen.
Supplies. Crate of food, citrus in particular. He'll talk, or he'll die quiet.
Wonder if he'd really kill a man over a few pieces of fruit.
Ain't been here long, have ya? No one gets to have it all. No one starves anyone else.
He twirls his knife between his fingers.
Divine's gone. This blade is the only god watching over Fort Joy.
Make a proposition. You'll find back the stolen supplies and Griff will free Amiro.
Alls I want is my supplies. Happy to let this clown die in a gutter instead of my kitchen. Bring back my crate and you got yourself a deal.
Is this gonna make him fight? Tell Griff he has no right to keep a man locked up here in such bad conditions.
Listen up. Back off.
Not like this. There's too many of them.
I like that. We can just assert ourselves and say no. Alright, we'll back down and change the subject. Alrighty. We got a lot of stuff. Let's actually check our logbook. Let's catch up on this. Before her execution, Magister Atusa refused to name her accomplices. Who are these dissidents? Will we escape Fort Joy? Bishop Alexander... okay, no. As the sea took me, a powerful presence told me that this was not my time to die. A task of great importance lies before me. I came to on the shore near Fort Joy. Was it luck or divine intervention that saved me? Bishop Alexander and his right hand Dallis the Hammer slaughtered a magister for helping sorcerers escape the island.
Perhaps if those bleeding
I reached dry land, but I'm still far from my goal. I shall make my way forthwith to Reaper's Coast. Find Niles. When I asked about a face-ripping tool, the simpleton blacksmith was very upset. I hope this Niles is more open-minded. The Red Prince. Find a kin dreamer. Exiled from the ancient empire, the taciturn Red Prince is searching for a lizard dreamer. We shall travel together. And for Lohse, the musician Lohse and the thing in her head join the party. Ifan ben-Mezd. The old lone wolf assassin, Ifan, joined me in Fort Joy. He has business here. I should ask him about it. The Shakedown. Some thuggish sorcerer extortionists were threatening an innocent elf. We intervened. We stood up for the put-upon elf. The elf Elodie told us of a safe place where we can talk safely.
Ain't fit for beasts.
I'm bound by a magical collar that cannot be removed. It prevents me from using source magic. I'll need help removing my source collar. Yep. Keep the boss happy and search for Griff's stolen goods. We should start by questioning the prime suspect. Griff described his stolen goods. That should help. Okay. Make the boss pay. We could liberate Amiro by killing Griff. Many in the fort would be relieved. The imprisoned elf. The elf Amiro stands accused of stealing from Griff, the camp crime boss. Griff has locked Amiro in a cage. Right. Okay, so as for escaping from Fort Joy, we escaped the sinking Merryweather and washed up on the island of Reaper's Eye. Fort Joy looms. Follow your own path. Have faith. We can always find our way out. Our own way out.
He was asking after.
The path of common knowledge. Someone in Fort Joy must know of a way out. Perhaps the gang leader Griff will know of some way to escape. The path of greatest resistance. Alexander and Dallis executed a treasonous magister. Other rebels in the order may help us escape. Cool.
Hey, you're a little light in your pack, ain't you, mate? Who could blame you with the garbage they got for sale round here?
Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't
Oh,
need so
nice. These wizard leggings would give us 2 initiative, but I can't afford it because I have no money.
Why don't you take a gander at the goodies I got? Stuff you won't find anywhere else in camp. Procured by special means.
Ask what sort of special means she's talking about.
Let's just say folks leave here, but they don't seem to take their effects. Maybe I happen to know where everything ends up.
Say you're looking for Griff's missing supplies and ask if she's heard anything.
Fella in that cage is the thief. Stashed the oranges somewhere before he was caught. If you believe that.
Say you don't. Does she think someone else might have been involved?
Sure do. Ask me. It'd have to be one of those sad sacks that's always hanging around Griff looking for favours.
She darts her tongue out of her mouth like a snake.
Some folks, and some reptiles, will do anything to get his attention. I see plenty of liars in my line of work. Snakes, weasels, worms. That fella's square as a pavestone. If he's a thief, I'll eat my boots.
Yeah. Ask if she has any idea who the real culprit might be.
Sure do. Ask me.
That's basically what she just said, yeah.
She darts her tongue out of her
Okay,
mouth.
okay, so...
Folks and some reptiles. I see plenty of liars in my line of work.
Yeah, I found it
Snakes,
weird. I was like, didn't we
weasels,
just ask about that?
That fella's square as a pavestone.
Ask how she can be so
I'll
sure.
eat my boots. It's all in the eyes. Joy lives in the eyes, sometimes way in the back, but it's there all the same. Liars ain't a joyful bunch.
So you've heard enough and take your leave.
Sure you don't want to have a look at my stock before you go? I was serious about what I said. Everything in my pack's been got by special means.
Say something sounds off about her offer.
Fend for yourself then, sweetheart. I'll take what I want after the Reds get to you anyway. Haven't got shanked through the gills yet?
She doesn't want to talk to me anymore. But I can make Red Prince talk to her.
Hey! You're a little light in your trunk, ain't you?
She was mad about
Take
that.
a gander at the goodies I got. Stuff. Let's just say folks.
I'll have a
leave
look as
here,
long as it's quality
but
stuff.
They don't seem to take their.
Oh wait, ask if Griff won't be angry to see her selling to a lizard.
Boss don't mind where the gold comes from, long as he gets his cut. Have a look, why don't you? Your cash is plenty good here.
Yeah, we'll have a look as long as it's quality stuff.
Only the finest, you know.
And so yeah, she sells wow, that's decent. Decent chest armor there.
Worse than war rations, these.
Definitely can't afford that. Throwing knife, so it's scoundrel stuff, which we don't have. Scoundrel is actually really good in this game. Like, busted good. There are some skills that you can get with it. What does Butter here have?
Heading into the kitchen. Don't try anything funny around, Griff. I'm watching you.
Oh, we have the Ricochet skill book here. Ask her if she likes what she sees.
Ha! Cheeky. What's your name?
Break into a cold sweat upon realizing that line has actually worked and stammer something unintelligible.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Tell her your name and ask for hers.
I'm Butter. Nice to meet you.
Ask how she got involved with Griff's thugs. She doesn't seem the type for shakedowns and skull bashing.
You think? I was raised by the whip, and I'm not afraid to use one either, especially not in here. Joining up with Griff's the closest thing you can get to security around here. Family, too. Till the Reds take you, anyway.
Say you'd rather find solace with someone special than a gang of thugs.
There's a gap between what we want and what we can have, isn't there? Here more than anywhere else.
Why are we trying to bang her? I mean, I'm gonna keep doing it anyway, but tell her you're dead serious about it, and when you find a way out, she should come with you.
She laughs. The sound fills the air like the ringing of a bell.
Now, wouldn't that be something? Look, I have an idea. I know we don't know each other very well, but time is so short and a connection is so rare. If we get out of here, will you meet me again in Arx?
Ask why you need to wait until you leave this place. Like she said, time is short, and who knows if you'll ever leave.
I have responsibilities here. I can't start running around outside the family. It isn't done. But once we're out of here, none of that will matter. You'll meet me, won't you?
Say absolutely nothing could keep you from it.
She leans forward and grazes your cheek with her lips.
Until then, careful.
Don't
want to catch Griff in a bad mood.
Don't mind that skull that you just kissed. Why were we just trying to bang her? Like the moment we saw her, it's like you wanna fuck? Hold up, let's fuck. We have someone named Nusi.
I know that look well enough. You're about to pop, ain't ya? Why don't you enter a match and let some of that frustration out the right way?
Your stomach does a somersault. This must be an arena of the One, home of a fabled cult of battle. Ask her to tell you more.
Nothing I can tell you can't find out by slipping down that hatch. If you've got the spit in you, that is.
The arena of Fort Joy. There's a fighting arena somewhere beneath Fort Joy. And about the Merryweather, some of the passengers were trapped between the decks. Yeah, how did I not read that earlier? But we fought off the Voidwoken and made it out of the ship. And the Merryweather sank and all aboard are seemingly lost. No, we've kind of solved that a little bit. We found most of them. A fish boner? Whoa.
Mind your manners round Griff, eh? She's much better off.
Here's this hatch that she was telling us about. We'll save that for a little bit. We have a Source Hound Gracie and a patrolman. No, I wanted to talk to the patrolman. Okay, spit back.
Watch yourself, boy.
Follow the rules, or else.
Who is this? Buddy! Let's talk to Buddy. Oh, he barked. I love him. I would die for him.
The dog focuses at the cat at your feet, baring its teeth and growling.
He doesn't like the cat.
The cat's eyes are clouded and grey.
Huh.
The dog focuses at the...
Interesting.
I'm hungry.
I'd like to help you, Buddy. But you won't talk to us. Because of the cat. I don't think that was ever a problem before when I played this previously. Sebille.
Amid the squalor of Fort Joy, you suddenly spot an elf with diamond features, regal and radiant, but cold too, and sharper than any knife. She was the one who sat rolling dice in the ship that went under, deciding fates with every roll, or so she said. Her eyes are focused on a lizard some distance away, and you get the distinct feeling he's an unfortunate man indeed to be trapped in her tiger-like gaze.
Approach her and ask what has her so enamored with that lizard.
No sooner have these words left your mouth than she turns about and grabs you in a stranglehold. You feel the tip of a long needle being pushed a little ways into one of your neck's vertebrae.
You caught me off guard. No one catches me off guard. Better tell me who you really are, or this time I'll let my needle do the licking.
Tell her true. You're an ancient undead looking for his long-lost people.
I see. It does so satisfy to have a purpose in life.
A push, a pivot, and now you suddenly face her, the needle still all too deeply embedded in bone. Despite the precariousness of your situation, you notice something that remained undetected in the gloom of the ship. A flaw in her diamond features. A curiously shaped scar on her left cheek.
Ask her how she got that scar.
Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a bad old time, a lizard cut this living scar, into my cheek. The mark of a slave. But now I'm free, of sorts. And I've traced that lizard here, to Fort Joy. I intend to raise the subject with him.
Point out that you are not that lizard.
She drives the needle in deeper and whispers.
In truth, it does not matter in the least who you really are. You saw me mark my prey. You could warn him, save him, or kill him before I get my chance. That makes you a liability. That makes you needle feed.
Make her an offer. Instead of killing you, she could join you.
A bright sparkle of laughter follows your proposal.
Ha! How amusing. I admit I had not seen that twist coming. I was certain the pitiful begging was about to begin. Make your case and do it quickly. Why should I join you?
Say you're planning your escape and you've need of people with talents like hers.
Escape? How you do tickle me. Most of the misguided deers around here would argue such a thing is impossible.
Remind her you saved her from certain death back on that ship. Just saying.
Well played. Oh, little needle mine, what should I do? Push or pull? The agony of choice. You know what? Today is a rather fine day. Sunshine and an easy breeze. Yes, I'll let you live. I'll even agree to travel with you, provided we talk to that lizard I mentioned. I'm not quite sure the weather will save him.
With a casual flick of the wrist, she withdraws the needle from your neck and smiles, as if she just invited you to sit down for tea.
Say she must have noticed she was pushing into bone, not flesh.
Yes, the needle did find you rather tough to chew. Then again, I already knew I'd have to push hard, knowing what you really are. This may strike you as, rather eccentric, but the thought of traveling with one such as yourself quite enthuses me.
She tilts her head ever so slightly and looks at you almost mockingly. You can't help but contemplate with both dread and delight the absolute darkness at the heart of her cat's eyes.
Yes, this will be jolly good fun. Let's discuss our respective roles then, shall we? You, me, and Death will be playing many a round of hide and seek. So, what role would you like me to play? As a rogue, my speciality is stealth, the quick silence of the dagger striking unseen. That said, I'm perfectly lethal wielding any weapon or magic. So, the choice is yours.
Say that a rogue is exactly the type of companion you're looking for.
Suits me fine. Lead on, or better yet, let me take the lead.
That settles it.
Then follow me. But wait, you seem to have quite a few followers already. We'll be far too conspicuous traveling in a caravan like that. Return to me once you've culled a couple.
Alright, so that's Sebille. We've seen a little bit more about her. I'm not a big fan of her. She's a bit too violent and eager to just stab anybody with that needle that she doesn't like. And it's a bit too much for my taste. But, you know, whatever. I think that's going to be it for now. No, I'm joking. I mean, I'm going to take a break. I'm just going to step away for, I don't know, 5 minutes. Hopefully not more than that. I noticed I missed a call earlier, and it was actually before stream. I don't know if it was a mistake or actually trying to reach out to me, so I'm going to check on that. And unless it was really important or something, it should be fairly quick just to kind of find out what's going on. So I'm going to check on that and put my empty cans away and stuff. Take a quick bathroom break, so somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, I would imagine. So hopefully, or I'll be back soon. I'll catch you on the other side. Hopefully the farming goes well, Tusk. And look at Sir Laura there. Look at him jumping. I caught him at the perfect time. That's adorable. Alrighty, so yeah, I'll catch you on the other side. Hopefully the farming goes well, Tusk. Your Warframe Gauss farming. And I'll be back. We're gonna go, I will say real quick, we're gonna go a couple more hours. I don't think I want to do like 8 hours, but maybe about 6 hours. So we can make some more progress. Get a decent start today. Alrighty. Back up in here. Okay. Let's check with this lizard that we're totally not going to warn about Sebille. That bitch crazy.
Boring.
Sneaking successful. Marked crate.
This looks like the crate I'm after. Where are the contents?
Let's see what's going on here.
Just as you're about to address the lizard, the Red Prince bars you with an outstretched arm.
There are some characters your companions will want to speak with privately. Forbidding this may negatively affect your relationship. However, allowing it may make you complicit in any consequences.
This man is a dreamer. As you know, I need a word with him. You may wait here while I speak.
Very well. Tell him he has your permission.
Permission indeed.
He bids the dreamer stand up and pay attention, which he does in a groveling and awkward manner.
Examine a companion to check their current attitude towards you. Be aware, companions who really don't like you will leave your party.
The dreamer then chews and swallows a handful of Druidine leaves before slipping into a trance-like state. He falls asleep. To your surprise, the Red Prince lies down and follows suit. After about half an hour, they wake up and begin to discuss what they saw in their dreams. The Red Prince pinches the bridge of his nose in apparent irritation before turning his back on the jabbering dreamer.
Tell him you couldn't help but overhear some of the nuggets of wisdom he just received.
You receive a withering glance in response.
A deserved bit of sarcasm, I suppose. But though this Stingtail fellow may be a less than stellar specimen in the firmament of dreamers, the dreams themselves prove to be quite elucidating. Turns out I'm being hunted by an enemy I didn't know actually existed. The myth-shrouded House of Shadows. The dreamers, though, they're on my side, and they've visions of me on the throne.
Wonder if his throne is worth the assassins that seem to come with it.
Of course it is. I was born with the promise of an empire, and that promise will be kept. But to keep it, I must find a second dreamer. A greater one. A more experienced traveler of the dream world. Bahara is her name, and she resides in the swamplands east of the fort. So, let us make our escape and venture there post-haste.
You know, I could tell you all about swamp dreamers too if I chewed that much Druidine.
Yeah.
Oh, do hold your prickly tongue.
All right, let's talk to him.
Huh? What? But I was... It was... Please, tell me. Tell me. Why did you wake me? I was so close. So close.
Ask what he means. So close to what?
So close to the dream. It's been so long. You wouldn't understand. Please. Please leave me be.
Ask if he intends to sleep away his entire stay here.
They don't call us dreamers for nothing, I'm afraid. My purpose is to dream, and for that I need to sleep. Now, if you'll excuse me.
See the way this text works, this dialogue? I didn't get to smell the oranges about him, but I can still accuse him of having stolen Griff's oranges.
Oranges? Is that what he told you he's missing? Well, I suppose it's technically true. Though I'd guess Mr. Griff is more upset about the Druidine than the citrus.
Ask what he means. What Druidine?
The Druidine Griff cleverly smuggles into the prison, of course. Stuffed inside the oranges. You don't think he'd really be so mad over a little missing fruit, do you? No, it's not the oranges, but the dreams he's after. Same as I, though. I have the right, the responsibility.
Ask him to explain. Drudene and dreams. What's the connection?
Drudene, it makes you master of all you see when you
Lucid
say.
dreamer.
The dreamer is not the play actor, but the playwright. It may be hard for you to understand. My kind, we dream for the greater good. What we see can predict the truth, can even shape the truth. But we need Drudene to do it. Before I was caught, before I was brought here, I saw a vision. The void woken, slain, divinity restored. But just as I was about to see how it happened, the Magisters beat down my door. This is my last chance to find out the secret, to find out how to save us all. So you see, I cannot give back the Drudene, not only for myself, but for all of us. My dreams are my gift. They may be our salvation too.
Intelligence is our highest. Say you're more interested in the real world than dreams. You need that Drudene to save a life, and you'll take it by any means necessary.
To save a life? Ah, that elven fellow in the cage, I suppose. I knew he'd been suspected, but it all seemed worth it if I could only dream again. Never mind. Take the oranges. The Drudene, that is. I'll find another way. Somehow.
I like the orange. It very clearly has leaves sticking out of it. Cultivated and exported from the equator by expert lizard horticulturists. Alright, well, we got some Drudene oranges. We can bring this back over here to Professor Griff. We'll see if that makes him a little happier. Yo, dog, we found your citrus.
Griff glances from his blade to you and back again.
Say you found his oranges, or more accurately, his Drudene.
Spare the indignation and hand it over. Now.
Give Griff what he asks for.
Good boy. Looks like everything's accounted for. Now the important question. Who's the thief?
This Griff is nothing but a thug. Don't give up Stingtail so easily.
Don't give up who? I couldn't hear you.
I don't want Stingtail's blood on my hands.
Who? Whose blood?
Griff would kill a fellow over petty theft. Giving up Stingtail is no better than murder.
I want to try to do this in a specific way for extra experience. So I'm going to quick save here and try it, but if I fail, I'm going to load back. The truth is the truth. Stingtail the lizard took your stuff.
Your guys.
Like you wanted.
You guys free to go. He should be fine eventually. What is Griff doing? Unlocking it?
It is done. And quickly. I thank you. Very, very much.
We're Ifan now. Okay.
I hold my end of the bargain. I show you the way out. But I have something more to ask of you.
Ask the elf what he means.
Sahela, a young girl here. I am her protector, and she is everything. A ruler, a seer, a knower, a child. She cannot be lost here.
Notice that Ifan has an outlaw dialogue from his outlaw tag. Ask him what he has in mind.
It is for all our people. For the world. Give me your map. I show you the way out. A secret. Dangerous. But it leads to freedom.
I give you this amulet. You must pass it to the elves who still remain. Tell them Sahela is here. They will send help. Please. She is important.
I go to her. I wish you good luck, and I thank you for us all.
You mentioned mining, Tusk. I haven't mentioned this anywhere, but I recently bought Star Citizen. And I'm excited to play that. And one of the first things I want to do is mining, because I love mining in space games. Something about it is really fun. I think I just quick save, we'll do it again. So, the cheese that I want to do is, I think if we come here, there's now an assassin. I think he spawns back here. We're gonna kill the assassin.
The guards from Griff.
There! I couldn't seem to help. You've marked me, that's okay. I don't know what you mine in Star Citizen. I assume ores and stuff like most space games, but I don't actually know. Okay, so she's got about equal magic and physical armor. I mean, her magic armor's already been reduced by almost half, though. So in this kind of case, I would just pick whatever makes more sense. And we're gonna do an incarnate. And what I'm trying to say, I'm not clear, but I was determining whether or not I want to use the fire or make like a wood incarnate and totem. But it's like, yeah, we've already prepped her for the fire. 13 to 14 fire damage. We could do that right there. Oh, too much AP though. We'll move in a little bit closer just to get attacks of opportunity if she tries to walk away. And then as for this, we're gonna have the Red Prince do his Dragon's Blaze, breathe flames in a cone, dealing 6 to 7 fire damage. That's gonna be enough to get her burning. If that hits her, it's not gonna hit her. Oh, they're blocking it. Why? I mean, I get it, but why? We're gonna do it anyway, because fine, it looks cool, I guess. Oh, it worked. It hit her. Good. I guess, so when you say Warframe is a space game, Tusk, I mean like space simulators. Like Elite Dangerous, Star Citizen. That's gonna hit my friend. That's gonna kill the totem. Ignition. No, don't do it! Okay. Yeah, that I just realized it's gonna cause some problems. So encouraged, strength, finesse, intelligence, constitution. It's just like it was in the last game. Elemental arrows. How does that work? Target a surface. Elemental damage matching that is added to your ranged weapons and attacks. Grab that fire. And then just shoot. So you blinded some of us. you've poisoned some of us, which is actually good for me. The battles in this game are way more chaotic than the last game, and there's stuff we could do with like the elemental interactions and all that that's way more in depth in this game. It's really cool. Oh, we can't do that because of the blind. We'll put another totem there. I mean, I don't really want to go for physical stuff because it's not really useful. Yeah, like everyone's been blinded and crap. We can wail on her now. Yo, she was booking it. Whoa. What? Why did you hit Lohse? Man, I'm annoyed. We're gonna go back. We're gonna try this, do it a little bit better. Yeah, I've definitely heard that last part about Warframe, that it's like a very different game after playing it for a while. You son of a bitch. Or maybe she's a daughter of a bitch. What level is she? She's level 4 and we're level 2. That explains why she's such a threat. Alright, we'll have to move up a little bit. Alright, that's gonna hit the... it's gonna hit, like, everybody. It's a problem. Oh, that caused 0 AP. Okay. That's okay. Red Prince. I mean, we can just have him get up in there. Oh, we can't. The fire thing would be okay, but we're gonna end up hitting the others. %, huh? Damn it. Invisible. Sheely footprints. Don't know where she's at. Elemental totem. Let's get that blind to wear off, right?
Show yourself.
Yo, she booked it out there. Okay, good job for not hitting us. Now it's in for some fun times. Check this out. We're gonna pull up a totem right behind her. And then we're gonna just wail on her. It's probably gonna kill the totem. How much damage is this gonna do? 9 to 10 earth. But it also did extra fire. I don't... we could do the fire thing like this. Yeah. Sweet. Alright, Mr. Incarnate, you want to try to do the honors? It's a pretty chunky fireball. 1,000 experience! So the cat and Sir Laura are both hanging out still. Oh, let's see what this guy has to say.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I do not have much to give, but I owe you all I have. Take this. Thank you. Thank you.
And another 600 experience. I don't know if he gave us anything. Was it... I feel like I saw something, but I didn't catch what it was. Sweet! Yo, we're about to hit level 3. I just noticed we are super close. There it is. 350 experience. Yeah, stopping a single level 4 enemy like that's a bit rough, though. Alright, let's take a look at our journal. We have a lot of stuff to catch up on. Will we escape Fort Joy? Escape from Reaper's Eye. As the sea took me, a powerful presence told me this was not my time to die. A task of great importance lies before me. I came to on shore near Fort Joy. Was it luck or divine intervention that saved me? Bishop Alexander and his right hand, Dallis the Hammer, slaughtered a magister for helping sorcerers escape the island. We freed the elf Amiro from his cage. In gratitude, he told us of a possible route out of Fort Joy. Or out of the fort. Right, the Red Prince. Find Bahara. The House of Shadows hunts the Red Prince, but he does not know why. Another dreamer may help out in the hollow marshes. The imprisoned elf. Amiro will lead us to his beloved friend Sahela. Sahela's people. Escape Reaper's Eye and find Sahela's people. Amiro needs his people on the mainland to know what happened to Sahela. He says it is a matter of great importance to the elves. And the path of common knowledge. Follow Amiro's directions. Amiro marked an escape route on our map. Once free of the island, we are to tell his people that Sahela is in Fort Joy. Where is the escape route that he has marked? What is this? Cavern. I know what that cavern is. The underground. That might be an escape. I don't think Buddy wants to talk still. He's too distracted by the cat. I can't do waypoints like I used to be able to. I can't... Well, there might be another button for it, but I don't seem to be able to, like, hold a button and then click multiple times to create, like, a waypoint system if I want to lead them down a specific path.
Did you see them, sir? Bishop Alexander and the Hammer herself, they were so close, almost within arm's reach.
Tell the man you were close enough to watch them murder one of their own.
A traitor cannot be murdered. A traitor can only receive their due.
Say that everyone's a traitor to someone.
The Divine Order's all that stands between everything you see and a Void Woken's throat. Any traitor to them is a traitor to us all. Believe it or don't. The Divine Order doesn't need our loyalty. They'll save us in spite of ourselves.
Alright, good for you, buddy. We talked to you, but we didn't talk to you, Sevek.
Did you see him? You did, right? Those claws. Wonder what's behind the masks, too. Can't be pretty.
Ask if she means those horrific creatures the Magister had in tow.
That Magister, that was Bishop Alexander, leader of the Divine Order, and his right hand, Dallis. How do you not know this?
I'm still getting the lay of the land.
Better get to it then. A Magister will come and find you when they're ready for you. Could be a while though. We're up to our hoods in sinners these days.
Let's start the sinning. That is my stream title. Jeth.
A fella can't hear himself think with all this racket. Day and night she hollers after that child. You hear that, Farah? You got to cut that out. What's happened to ya?
Ask if the two of them have history.
Known her all my life. Her little girl Irma too. Farah was a straight shooting woman in those days, but now she's madder and a cuckoo and twice as loud.
Say she seems perfectly sane if distraught.
Distraught don't even begin to cover it. She's hollering after that child of hers, killed by a Void Woken she was. Been dead and buried for a month now. Never even stepped foot in Fort Joy. And there ain't no amount of hollering that'll bring her back.
Sorry about that, I had to blow my nose. Did he say... He get Irma. I thought he said Emma. Okay, Irma. Because I just saw her say Irma.
Please, please, you must help me. No one here will help me. Not one of these bastards. A child is missing. My baby.
Ask what you can do to help.
Oh, bless you, bless you. She's been missing for days now, and not a single soul will help me look for her. Irma's her name. She's about as high as your hip. Black of hair, a quiet child. Not prone to wandering off. I'm sick with worry. Completely sick. And no one in this damn camp will lift a finger to help me find her.
Ask what she knows about her daughter's disappearance.
I last saw her just here, near 3 days ago. She was playing with her little doll, and I was washing out her tunic. I turned from her for one moment, and she was gone. Left her doll behind, too. It's so unlike her.
Wonder why no one else in camp will help her look.
This place turns people cold. Cold and wicked. That fellow Jeth over there speaks unutterable evil, but I can't move away from him. What if Irma comes back and I'm not here?
Ask to have a closer look at the doll.
Yes, of course. Here, you should take it with you. When you find her, give her the doll and tell her, Mummy says this is for her little chicken, and it's time to come home. That's what I call her, my little chicken.
She soaks up a steady stream of tears with her shirt sleeve.
She ought to come with you then. She ought to follow you back to me.
Say you'll do your best and bid her goodbye for now.
You are an angel. Truly you are. I'm not mad, darling. I'm not mad. Sweetheart?
Fire her. She ain't coming back.
I don't know who to believe.
Come on, old man.
Let's loot these on the way by.
What of it? Yeah, what of it? Our father.
Crafty weaponry, the shiv. A word of advice to the unarmed. Find a sharp piece of metal, wrap one end in cloth, now you have a shiv. You're no longer unarmed. I do love the crafting recipes in this game. I don't do as much crafting in this game as the last. So I should say in this franchise, I guess. Magister Yarrow.
You there? I'm looking for an inmate. He wears a large bronze ring with a dragon stamped into it. Name of Migo. Have you seen him?
Ask why she's looking for him.
None of your business, inmate. Find me if you hear of a Migo. Otherwise, don't waste my time.
Alright, Prince, get in here. Can you turn up anything useful?
Don't disturb me again, unless you've seen Migo.
I hate sneezing. Apologize and say you haven't.
Useless. It is a very important matter that I locate this Migo. Tell me if you hear mention of him.
Yeah, I was like trying to read that dialogue line and I was like, God damn it, I have to sneeze. Oh, I was like, that's not Beast, is it? No. Beast isn't. I know where Beast is at, roughly.
Greetings, child. I find myself in your so-called divine lands, yet I feel his absence deep in my heart all the same.
Muse to yourself that you hope the divine rests in peace, at least.
There's no rest for the wicked. There's plenty of rest for Lucian, my friend. So we ought to beg all the harder for his return. Our Father, who presideth over us all.
I don't feel like he has much else to offer us.
Junk. A little respect for Griff's. Looky here, mates. A fresh face. We love fresh faces, don't we? Oh, yes, we do. Why don't you join us in a round of cards? First hands on the house.
I'd prefer it to be me, not the Red Prince.
Chuff to you, Chief. Here are your cards. You're up first.
You glance at your hand. 2 purple monarchs. A hard hand to beat.
Play your hand.
Quite the hand, Freshie. Unfortunately, 2 is less than 5, and that's how many purples I've got. I reckon that makes me the winner. I'll be having your fee then.
Furrow your brow and say that's impossible. He's clearly cheating.
Blaming a bloke you just met for your misfortune, are ya? Ease off, or I'll go ahead and double what you owe.
Suggest there must be a compromise that'd satisfy you both.
To be sure, Chief. Pay up and you get to keep your eyes. Sounds pretty satisfying, doesn't it?
Say you won't hand over what's rightfully yours.
We'll see about that, Freshie.
Fight! Now these guys are level 2, it looks like. Much more up my, not up my alley, but I don't know what the word is. I can't talk, apparently. So, they have like these eyes on their robes. It's interesting. Bottletop, Slug, and Ralvo. They have really shitty magical armor and decent physical. So one thing that's cool is the Searing Daggers lets us put fire in 3 different places. Really fun attack. And then this looks like it's going to hit both, as well as the table. Are you gonna... Okay, you're throwing a grenade at us. That's not too bad. Conjure Incarnate right there. I can't tell if it's in the fire, though. That is. That's a funky sound. Oh, summon that bitch right behind him. Is that book gonna die? Oh, it is. That sucks. I'd rather the book not die. We did level up, right? No? Not yet? These guys should be worth experience. I guess that's gonna hit them. Yo, Ifan is fucked up. This encourage will help him a little bit. And does the elemental arrow? It takes 1. So then if we pop this guy. Nice. There's our level up. The book died. That sucks. It's not that big of a deal, but it sucks. There's our free heal for everybody. What is she using to attack? 2 wands that do poison? They're gonna blow up. Not quite. Alright. Keep ourselves from dying. Waiting for that to go away. So the rest did affect strength, finesse, and intelligence. Yeah, I'll equip that. You found an identifying glass. If your lore master ability is high enough, you'll be able to identify items. Press the right mouse button on any unidentified item and select identify. Oh, we at least got a firestorm grenade. Even though I don't know how to make them. Equip that too. Red Prince, what was your weapon like? Right 5 to 7 versus 6 to 7. Yeah, we know which one we're gonna use. That one's good, but it's two-hander, and we actually want to use a shield on this game. A little bit different than the last game. We have reasons for that. Shields are busted. Let's take a look at the Red Prince's ability here. Shields up. Restore the physical armor and magic armor of your shield, 13 and 8. So if we look at the shield, it's 12 and 8, so it's pretty much, yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot of physical and magical armor you can restore. Also, bouncing shield. Throw your shield at an enemy dealing a bunch of damage. 9 to 10 physical damage. That is more than any other physical attack he has. Which is pretty good. Alright, now we have a level up to do here. And we get a talent. Talents are a character's unique qualities and slightly change the rules for that particular character. All skilled up gets you that combat ability and a civil ability point. Bigger and better is 2 attribute points. All skilled up, though, that civil ability is really good. I think we're going to do this with everybody. As much as I like persuasion, now it's time for thievery. So we can pick better locks when we come across them. Now in here we have 2 points. I put summoning. 30% more vitality and all that good stuff. I'm tempted to put polymorph for the extra attribute point, but we're gonna go summoning one more time. I want these summons to be beefy. And they are. They're super overpowered if you handle it correctly. As for this, we have 2 points to spend, so... Intelligence... Oh, I'm torn. 13 to 14. It didn't change Dimensional Bolt. I don't know. We'll accept it. We'll keep it. We'll put a point in Constitution. It'll only give me 4 more health. It matters later on in the game. Excuse me. Alright, it was all skilled up. So what does she have? She has Lore Master. I like the sound of that. Let's give her a better Lore Master. And she is using Geo and Pyro right now. Let's take a look at her stuff in here. Alright, I want 1 memory. 1 intelligence. Man, I'm torn. Having more Geo could be good. Having more Pyro could be good. But also putting a point into Polymorph could be good. See, here's one. Scoundrel. Increases movement speed and boosts your critical modifier. So Scoundrel is useful for everybody because of that. Do I want to give her Arrow Thurge? I'm going to give her Hydrosophist. Because we could get healing, right? We don't have any healing spells we can cast yet. And then let's make Pyrokinetic even stronger. Let's focus on that for a bit. Ifan, you're gonna get all skilled up. And he's really good at bartering, but I mean, what if we want something else? Do I make him just hold on to this for a bit? I don't know if I want telekinesis, to be honest. It's good, though. But if we... You know what? No, we should get bartering. Should have somebody doing it. Now, what does he have? He has Huntsman and Geomancer. Huntsman now increases the damage bonus when attacking from high ground. Plus 10% to all damage when attacking from high ground. Note that this bonus is applied after all other bonuses. That's good. It's also used for his, like, ranger type skills, his bow skills. So, Huntsman is good. So, I didn't check this bow. Crossbow has advantages in that it increases your accuracy and it does more damage. But the regular bow doesn't... The crossbow also reduces your movement. So that's a tough call. This would also increase his finesse. Interesting. Let's take a look at something. Damn it. Finesse increases damage. So let's look at his damage. 9 to 10. 6 to 9. I think I'm gonna stick with the regular bow. Lose a bit of damage, but it's better for him. Okay, so let's get back in here and think about what to do. Huntsman, probably. Huntsman spiders up in this bitch. Yeah, we're gonna make him really good at Huntsman for now. And then for... Let's see. What do we want? Finesse and memory? We'll have to get an entire another level up before we can get memory. That's the problem. That's what worries me. No, I don't think we're gonna get him anything else right now. Ricochet would be nice, however. We're gonna do memory for, if we can get Ricochet, that'd be nice for when we're fighting multiple dudes. Now, Red Prince here, really don't know what to give you. Not super interested, like we already have one dude on bartering. Lucky Charm? Sure. I mean, maybe I should do telekinesis as well, though. It's useful. Okay, and now he is Warfare and Geomancer. So Warfare means physical attacks just deal more damage. So here's something interesting. Warfare, physical attacks deal more damage. Huntsman, if you have high ground, all damage deals more. Or you deal more of all types of damage. So Huntsman works for both physical and magic, as long as you have high ground. So in a lot of ways, Huntsman is objectively better because it gives you the same bonus. If you could stack both of them, that's pretty powerful. Necromancer is one we want to think about. It heals you when you deal damage directly to vitality. It's pretty powerful. We're going to want to keep that in mind. And we're probably going to have him do that, even now, maybe. We don't even have to learn any Necromancer spells, it's just useful. And then we'll give him more strength. And maybe more memory, because there is a move that I think I want. Yeah, we all have 11 memory now. So we should all be able to learn, yeah, 4 of 5 slots. 3 of 5. Yeah, so we can all learn extra things. That's good. Alright. There's our level ups. They're going to get more efficient over time. You know, of course, a lot of level ups took a long time in the last game, but they did become more efficient as we went on. You just gotta learn what you're doing with your characters. Like, I didn't plan the characters out too much. I have a general idea. Crafty weaponry. Give them the axe. A word of advice to the unarmed. Find a stick or a branch, tie a sharp piece of rock to one end, or do the same with a sharp piece of metal. Now you've got a simple axe. You're no longer unarmed. We're gonna pick up and add to wares, which I really should be doing in the first place. So, the game already told us how we could do this wares thing. Is it control click? Shift click just added to wares immediately. Interesting. I thought they said to shift click and then you could select multiple things.
At her throat, as though she can hardly breathe.
What? She just walked into range and we're in combat, or not, we're in dialogue now.
As she catches sight of you, recognition flashes in her terrified eyes. She drops her hands from her throat and starts hyperventilating.
Ben-Mezd! Ifan! Ben-Mezd! You killed them! You killed them! He killed them all! Murderer!
Tell her she need not fear. Nobody's given you a contract for her life.
Keep him away from me! Help! Somebody! Keep him away!
Alright, lady.
Stay back. Stay back. Keep that monster Ben-Mezd away from me.
Can I talk to her?
The woman is scrabbling at her throat, as though she can hardly breathe.
Slap her on the back and ask if she's alright.
Don't touch me! You're too close. This collar, this place, it's squeezing the life from me.
Dude, it's already been an hour since I took that break. What the fuck? Time's going quick. Tell her you understand how she feels.
Do you? You seem fine. Don't you feel how tight this collar is? And there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do.
Her hands move again to her throat. She seems to try to make space between her neck and the collar, but there's no space to be made.
Okay then. We got a little camp here. Look at this guy walking around with his staff. His staff at full attention, if you know what I mean. I'm talking about his penis.
When another divine arises, will Source change back?
You there?
What?
You've just arrived, isn't that right? Are you quite alone?
See, okay, when I turned on those gift bags earlier in the stream and I said it's more often in this game that people are going to be pulled into dialogue that you're not planning on, so I wanted to be able to share persuasion. This is why. Because I was going over there to loot a damn box, and then this happens. I'm still going to loot the box. These herrings are not stealing, I'm taking them. Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine Gorgon bear. Red and yellow, orange and grain, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen. Oh wait, wrong game. They didn't rest her since she was in dialogue. Interesting. All right, you there. You've just arrived, isn't that right? Are you quite alone? Consider your companions. Nice folks, but they're probably better off without you. Wait, what? Say you are.
In that case, listen up. You must think me mad to approach a stranger, but this camp is full of cowards and I'm running out of time. Fast. Too fast. Way too fast.
Point out that he seems a bit nervous.
You would be too if you'd been here as long as I have. In fact, you should be nervous if you're here at all. I know what they have planned for us, and it ain't pretty.
Ask him what he's planning.
I've been here a long time. Longer than anyone else. People get taken sometimes. Some folks say they get cured. I don't know if I believe it, and I don't want to wait and find out. I have a way out of here. It won't be easy, and I need a partner. Just one. Are you interested?
Tell him this all feels a little convenient. How do you know he's not working for the Magisters?
Believe whatever you want. This may be your only chance at leaving this place. Take it or don't.
Okay, so listen, look at these options. Tell him you want in, or decline. You have companions to think about, or tell him to take his proposition elsewhere. That's interesting. I want in, or you, I got people to think about. We're gonna say I want in, though. We're gonna see how this goes. He has Aerothurge skill books. I don't think we gave anyone Aerothurge yet. But yeah, I want in.
Atta gal, who wouldn't? Finally, someone with a little sense around here. The plan's simple, completely foolproof. I have a spell that I can use to teleport you right out of here. I can't use it on myself, but with your help, we can both get out of here. There's an artifact that you can use to teleport me out of this place. Then I can use my spell to free you in turn. This item, though, it's in quite an unfortunate location.
Ask him where you can find it.
It's found its way into a nest of crocodilians on a secluded beach nearby. Here, give me a map and I'll show you where to go.
Tell him to hold up. Crocodilians? How many?
Not enough to trouble a fine specimen such as yourself. Get that artifact, and you and I are as good as free. Go give those overgrown lizards what for.
All right. So there's something interesting that is slightly hinted at here, but that's not necessarily clear yet. So this game treats the way the characters work much differently than the last game, and it's very interesting because each of the characters is fully autonomous, and this has nothing to do with whether they're human players or whether they're AIs, or, you know, like in this case I'm playing by myself. All the characters are fully autonomous. If I want, I can just say, hey, I'm gonna play as Lohse now and have her do all my dialogue. I can have Ifan or Red Prince. I can have anyone handle it. So this is why, like, it's interesting. They're getting pulled in. So they're getting pulled into these dialogues. So if I fail dialogue as one character, I can actually bring in another character and try it again, because the NPC is like, oh, it's a different person. We could, you know, I could ask this new person about the quest that I want them to do. So it's a very interesting approach. It does allow you to, you know, have a couple attempts at something before completely failing. And it's also done in a way where, imagine you're playing with 3 other people. You're playing a 4-player version of this game, right? All 4 of you could be independently running around Fort Joy, talking to people, and doing things. You don't have to be grouped together and working on the same things. So when this guy asks you, are you alone? And you say, well, I've got companions to think about. You could say, you know what, I want to get out of... You could play this as like a competitive game almost and say, no, I want a way out of Fort Joy. This guy's promising me a way. I'm going to try to get out of here and not, you know, maybe do this dialogue without the other players. So then, like, I'm the only one that... I'm the first one to get out of here, maybe. Like, there's interesting things you could do in this game. Let's talk to Laslor.
Ho ho! Ain't come to shake me down for my knickers, have you? You're all I got left after your buddies were through with me.
And not to be confused with Laszlo. Anyway. Say you're not one of the brutes harassing people here.
That's so. Huh. You look just like them. But then again, I never was the best at telling your kind apart. No harm intended, of course.
Man, that's insensitive. It's interesting in games with like different races, how common that kind of dialogue is. Like, all people of one race look the same. And it's like, whoa, slow down there. Slow down there, buddy. Like, if you say that in real life, you know, people are not going to be very happy about it for good reason. But in these games, it's just like, yeah, it's just what people say.
Knits together, then apart, and back again. He seems to be swimming deep in his thoughts, and doesn't look up as you approach.
So this guy sells the restoration skill book that I would want. Now we marked a few things as wares, so we could sell those and make a little bit of money. I didn't really finish marking things as wares because we got interrupted earlier. We have a lot of books here. They're not worth a bunch, though. Sort by value. Yeah, I'm not selling those. Okay, I'll sell these gold cups. That's good. It's 122 on top of, let's see. 122 plus 120 would be 240. So we have 241. We need to sell just a few bucks more. Which these will cover it. Pocket knives we don't need. Crappy improvised wand. My first bow. Oh, that's great. Yeah, we're gonna make some money off of this, I think. I'm trying to be cautious about selling things that could be used for crafting. Now see, we might want to use those stained pants. They do provide armor. Someone that doesn't have new pants yet could probably use that. Oh, we have Fane's notebook in here. I should look at that. Well, let's see. Armor of Frost Hail Strike, which was a master level skill in the last game, and Jahan was owning shop with it. Also, Ifan's profile picture looks quite a lot like Jahan's, doesn't it? Always throws me off. Like, I almost called him Jahan earlier just because of it. Restoration skill book, yeah. Rain, we know what rain does. We used that a decent amount before. But we're gonna go first with restoration, because it doesn't work well for Fane, of course, but for everybody else, you know, healing in the middle of the fight could be useful. Oh, I see. We're actually donating if we do this. So we're gonna do this and keep... Yeah, now the offers are balanced. And let's hand this over to Lohse. Or no, she can learn it directly from Fane's inventory, I think. Learn skill. I think it works. Yeah, we're good. Sweet. Lock the hotbar, go back to Fane here and check out this dialogue now. The lizard's brow knits together, then apart and back again. He seems to be swimming deep in his thoughts and doesn't look up as you approach. Oh, damn, I could just stomp his foot. That's rude. Cough and ask if the ground is really as interesting as all that.
The ground? I don't know what you... I'm just trying to work it out. What happened? Why?
Ask the lizard what's on his mind.
My mind? What else, my friend? I'm wondering why. All of this? Source, the Voidwoken, the Divine. Why?
Say you've often asked yourself this. Say you've often asked yourself the same questions.
Naturally. How could one not? We've used Source for thousands of years. We have used it to heal, to grow. How can it be that it suddenly summons these horrors from the void? And when will Alexander ascend to divinity? We cannot continue like this.
Alrighty, let's look at Fane's notes. Fane's notebook. This notebook is filled with meticulous notes observing the traits and habits of the mortal races. It details the foods they eat, the clothes they wear, and their speech patterns. It also includes some rather confused diagrams of their mating habits. We also have Hubert's Encyclopedia, Volume 4, Lucian and the Black Ring. 1218 AD, Lucian and the Black Ring. In this treatise, Cranley the Scribe goes to great lengths to document the genesis of the Black Ring as best he can. In summary, Lucian's adopted son Damien was resentful of his father and became the Lord of Chaos, which sounds extreme, but according to Hubert, Damien may have had good reason. There is much about Lucian's killing of Igerna, Damien's lover. Damien's banner attracted a cabal of outcasts, deviants, dark wizards, and various other tainted and tarnished individuals. The cabal became an army fighting for the void. Waltz, who are you? Have we talked to you? I don't think we've talked to Needle.
Watch yourself. Hey, Freshie. What you heard about a crate of stolen supplies? And don't you lie to me now.
Say you already found Griff's supplies and delivered them back to him.
Well, ain't you just a pretty piece? Griff might have told me. Pacing this place like a damn fool searching for what's already found. Why, have a right mind to...
Her thoughts trail off to muttering. She waves you away.
She runs over and attacks Griff. Alright, no, Needle, what do you have?
What's your hands, Pipspock? What are you loitering round here for?
So you're looking for a way out of Fort Joy.
Out of the fort? To where then? The death swamps or the ocean brimming with voidwoken? Fat chance of getting more than 5 feet in any direction and keeping your skin right side out.
Say there are some things you'd like to discuss.
Make it quick.
Ask if he knows how the Magisters intend to cure people of Source.
Hell if I know. Don't rightly know if it can be done. If they take the Source out of you, what are you?
Ask what he knows about the Voidwoken.
I never seen one myself, but me cousin up in Gore said one appeared from the clear sky one day and ate up every child under the age of 12. I don't know where they come from, but without the Divine, there ain't much we can do to stop them.
Ask if he's ever heard of someone escaping this place.
Sure. Pellamine made it as far as the Hollow Marshes even. They dragged his corpse back the next day. Head pulled clean off by a ghost. I saw it myself.
And just for completion, say you're looking for Griff's stolen supplies.
If Boss trusts you to find something for him, you better not disappoint him. You won't like him when he's disappointed.
Ask if he's heard anything about the culprit.
You mean that guy in the cage? Oh,
No, he's free now.
associate with elves. Fella says he's innocent, but you know how they lie.
What, you mean all elves are liars? Are you a racist too? Ask why he doesn't seem concerned about Griff's missing items.
Boss will be fine. He's got himself in a fit state now, but as soon as another shipment comes in, he'll be right as rain.
Say it seems strange that Griff is so angry about some missing fruit.
Yeah, Boss is awful passionate about citrus. I can't get enough of the stuff.
Sweet. Alright, I wanted to pick... Ooh, hang on. These people are about to fight.
Goodness, but this place has made you cranky. Perk up, old chap. There's plenty of singletons about.
Leave me be, Sam.
Please, excuse us.
You're talking to me, not him, Sam.
Oh, for the love of Lucian, Baladir. You're acting like a madman.
Say it again.
What you said about my wife. Go on.
Ask if you might help them settle their argument.
Piss off. Go on, Sam.
Well, it's the truth, and you know it. She's better off. So what if it was messy? I'd rather puke myself to death 1,000 times than let the Reds get to me. If she were my wife, I'd be happy for her.
A flat smile twitches across Baladir's lips.
She never did like you.
Uh-oh. Oh, he stabbed that man in the gut.
I'll be with you soon, love.
Ooh, I'll take that dusty hat. Give me that armor. Oh, no, wait. Okay, good. The hat still veils me somehow. That's so goofy. That is goofy as fuck. Hey, you can't tell that I'm an undead, can you? Tusk, Tusk, you still there? Would you ever guess that this fine gentleman right here is undead? I mean, I sure wouldn't. It's funny. Veiled undead. Alright, if you say so, game. Well, we'll see what Baladir has to say.
The man looks for a moment at the corpse at his feet.
He has a
then
watermelon.
turns back toward the nearly finished coffin, bloodied hammer in hand.
This guy has a watermelon. He kicks ass. Ask if that coffin he's building is for the man he just murdered.
Murder's a big word. And no. This here's a bed for someone 1,000 times better than that snake. Rest her soul.
Ask him who he means. Who's the coffin for? Obviously his wife. We overheard the conversation.
The love of my life. Gret. She passed in the night. Something in the stomach. Doctor couldn't help her.
He tenderly runs a hand along the coffin's side panel.
If she were here, she'd tell me this plank is crooked. Chastise me for using warped wood on her final bed. Then she'd laugh and kiss me. Just here.
The man holds a hand to his cheek for a moment. He turns from you, lines up another nail, and hammers it into the panel.
I'll be with you soon, love.
Alright then. A yarrow flower. That was the lady's name that we talked to that wanted us to find Migo. Her name was Yarrow.
Bastard.
This is a fairly quiet spot, so I wanted to take some time to talk to our companions and see if they have any info to share.
As soon as I saw that glint in your eye, I knew we'd make a solid team.
There's a lot of things here. Tell him you're glad you went back for him when the ship was sinking.
I am too, I must say. Good to know someone's got your back when the going's tough.
I can give him a drink. Cool. I didn't know I had a drink. I have like juice and water and stuff. Let's see. Tell Ifan you're a bit lost in Fort Joy. What does he think you should do now?
Well, I've got a contract to complete. After that, getting the hell out of Fort Misery seems the best option. I figure we track down my inside man, and then we take it from there.
Wonder about that little errand he mentioned. Who exactly is Ifan here to kill?
Ifan shrugs off his backpack and reaches into his
Oh,
stance.
yeah.
After rummaging around, he holds out a tattered page to you, upon which you can see a broken wax seal in the shape of a wolf's paw.
You know, just a moment ago when I read Fane's notes, I actually meant to go check everyone else's inventory and I forgot.
Have a read of my contract and find out.
Ben-Mezd, your target is none other than Divine Bishop Alexander, leader of the Divine Order. Get close and show our benefactor why the Silver Claw is the most feared amongst all the lone wolves. For some aid with your mission, seek Magister Boris in the ghetto. Speak our motto, Glacial du Mar to identify yourself. May the moon light your tracks. Roost Anlin.
So, time to find this Boris fellow. Ah, you've read my contract. What does that look in your eye mean?
Beam with excitement and say, "We're killing Alexander!"
He raises an eyebrow and folds his arms, appraising you.
Me, not you. It's my contract. But you can come along for the ride.
It won't be easy. It's weird. I think the you in this case is referring to me. Not, it won't be easy, but you'll help.
Good to know. And likewise, with whatever errands of your own you have. As soon as I saw that glint in your eye, I knew we'd make a solid team.
Say you're curious about him. Can you ask him a question?
He freezes and shoots you a wary glance, looking for all the world like a wild animal caught in the lantern light of a racing carriage.
Well, why not? Go ahead.
Eyeing his hand, resting casually on his weapon, ask how many contracts Ifan has fulfilled.
Ifan begins counting on his fingers and muttering to himself. This goes on for quite some time.
43, give or take.
Raise your eyebrows and tell him that's far more people than you've killed. No. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
Ifan nods ruefully and barks a laugh.
It's not a competition. It's my job. What else do you want to know?
Tell him you've noticed he moves with the bearing of a soldier. Did he serve?
That I did. In Lucian's own army.
Ifan was in the Order. Ask if he has any tips on how to fight them.
Yeah. Stay out of their way. From the rank and file to the top brass, they're as ruthless as the wildest lone wolf. But the difference? A wolf never tries to hide what he truly is. There's a reason I don't wear Order garb anymore. But I don't like to talk about those days.
Nod. You understand not wanting to talk about the past.
Thanks for understanding. Now, let's keep moving.
There were a lot of other options I could have went with.
Tired of the view in here yet?
Yeah, let's ask about him.
If you must.
One sorcerer to another. Wonder what Ifan thinks of the Divine Order.
Not much, I'll tell you that. Why? What do you think of them?
I'll be with you soon, love.
Say they've certainly strayed far from the ideals they were founded with.
Huh. Sharp eyes, lad. But they can't keep the likes of us locked up too long, I'll wager. Come on, let's poke around and see if we can sniff out some blind spots in their surveillance.
Examine. So his attitude toward me is what? 20? Okay. The Red Prince, what do you got?
Yes. Is it an audience you desire?
Ask the Red Prince what you should do next.
I intend to rule an empire one day, not a tiny outcropping in the sea, lording over gulls and guppy fish. To that end, I suggest we focus on the obvious. A farewell to Fort Joy and a hello to the mainland. Of course, I'd much appreciate it if we managed to find Bahara first.
Say you're happy you survived the shipwreck you were in.
As am I. A prince should die of old age or on the battlefield. Anything else could be construed as weakness of character.
That's stupid.
That said, I've the distinct feeling I wasn't meant to die today. For despite your heroics, I was still cast into the water. I sank. I drowned.
You too.
But there was something in the water. A voice made of air that soothed my flooding lungs. There was sudden light, warmth, life.
Express amazement. You too heard a voice as you lay tossing in the waves.
Truly, how intriguing. To hear a voice whilst drowning is a rather specific delusion to share, is it not?
It's now 3 of us.
Still, I wonder if...
You want to bet it's all 4 of us?
He hesitates.
Are you a religious person?
For the sake of argument, yes.
A pity. Religious persons
Damn.
tend to be all too self-important in their supposed humility. As for myself, I perform the ancient rites of prayer and ceremony with a kind of languid indulgence. After all, when one is revered by many as a living god oneself, public deprecation would be needlessly self-important as well, wouldn't you say?
Better than public defecation. Ask the Red Prince what got him here. How is it possible for a royal to end up in Fort Joy?
There was a small incident which prompted my many rivals to move against me. Technically, they had the letter of the law on their side. Such a nuisance, the law. Quite necessary to keep the common in line, of course, but one such as myself it should exempt as a matter of course.
Disagree. No one should be exempt from the law, least of all those who claim they should be.
By the rabble and for the rabble, you're one of those, are you? Remember that by the rabble and for the rabble, sorcerers are being exiled to hell pits like these. We'll see if you'll still trumpet the virtues of law when its executors turn to us with malicious intent.
Ask him what the incident was that made him run afoul of the law in the first place.
I hardly know you as yet. Let's leave some mystery in the relationship, shall we? We can exchange criminal records later.
Ask him to tell you more about his need to find a dreamer.
There isn't much to say, but for the fact that I simply must. It's the portent of it all. I can feel it. The revelation will be world-changing. I just know it.
Smile. Tell him he's got you all curious now.
And justified it is too. You'll be a witness to wonders, I assure you. As certain as the sun, such is my conviction. I will be, then grow beyond being.
I'll be with you soon.
Ask him about the House of Shadows. You've never heard of it.
But that's the whole idea, I'm afraid. Even I myself thought it a myth. See, the ancient empire consists of 3 houses. The noble houses of war and dreams, and the upstart house of law. We of war rule the empire. Or so I thought. For if the warnings I was given are true, there's not only such a thing as the House of Shadows, it also pulls the strings, and it seeks to string me up first chance it gets.
Reassure him he needn't worry. He has an ally in you.
And you in me.
Alright, take your leave. And lastly, Lohse.
Hey. Hi.
Ask what she thinks the party ought to do now.
Easy. I'd say we get out of this place. Don't know how long they plan to keep us here, but I'd rather not find out.
Say there's something you'd like to discuss.
Ooh, so serious. What's up?
Ask her about how the Magisters caught up with her. How did her source manifest?
Well, I was giving this concert up on Overlook Hill. There was a great crowd. They were really feeling it. But I guess it was too good. I had me a little source flare-up. Everyone went a bit, I don't know, wild, rabid. I snapped out of it before anyone got hurt, but the Magisters caught me backstage afterwards. At least I went down doing what I loved.
Say that she mentioned she's a musician. Ask if she knows any good songs.
Of course I do. What's your poison?
Tell her you'd love to hear an original, something with a little more heft than the same old tavern jingles.
A man after my own heart. I've got one in the works right now, actually. Been writing it on a hand harp, but I could try it unaccompanied.
Lohse sways to the left and claps twice, as though clearing the air. Her eyes flutter shut, lips set in a serene smile, and she starts moving to an inaudible rhythm. A faint hum moves with the rhythm low and clear. It sounds like a river, like a whistle, like nothing else.
Oh. Sorry, I'm rusty, I guess. From the top. You and me, we need... Oh. I can't.
Say that hesitation is a strange look on her. Place a hand on her arm and ask if she's all right.
It's nothing. It's nothing. Let's keep moving. The sooner I find a way to get this bloody thing out of my head, the better.
Observe that her eyes are unnaturally dark. Ask if she always looked that way.
How very sweet of you to notice. I know, it's weird. One of the many side effects of the visitor upstairs.
She drums on her forehead with 2 fingers, smiles grimly, and shrugs.
They used to be blue. Oh well.
Tell her you like the look. It has character.
She bats her eyelashes at you in an exaggerated flutter, then bursts out laughing and punches your arm.
Haha, character. I like that. I'm gonna use that. If I can say nothing else for my current companion, at least I can say it gave me a bit of character. So what's it like, being alone in your head?
Tell her you have demons of your own, though they don't possess you in quite the same way.
People say that.
Ask if the voice in her head is saying anything to her now.
Nope. This one doesn't talk to me. It talks through me. You'll know it when you see it.
Alright, now let's go ahead and get a drink.
As soon as I saw that glint in your eye, I knew we'd make a solid team.
Escaping is thirsty work. Offer Ifan a drink from your pack.
Seeming surprised, Ifan gladly
He's
takes
drunk.
the drink from your hands and downs a hefty glug.
Ah, that hit the spot.
He holds the flagon out to you.
Accept and take a glug.
The alcohol hits you like the void itself. Your head spins and your feet feel unsteady. Suddenly, being stuck in a prison ruled by the despotic order doesn't strike you as the worst way to spend time.
This reminds me of sharing Rotgut with Roost and the boys back at camp. Wish they weren't so far. So tell me, if we weren't stuck here, what would you be doing with your time?
Well, let's see. There's so many options. Wow. I mean, I'm always tempted to go with the tags like Scholar or Mystic. In a game like this, of course, adventure makes sense, but I'm gonna say Scholar. Tell him you'd be expanding your knowledge of the world through books.
Not what I choose for myself, but you do you. Relic of Flame. That brew went straight to my bladder. If you'll excuse me.
Oh, damn, he's already got to take a leap. It's been 38 seconds. Alright, so we've had our dialogue with everybody. So if we examine him now, has it changed his attitude? That's what I'm trying to track. It went up to 21, yay.
Wouldn't know a thing about you and I, Gritty.
Alrighty. Naren. Septa the Ineffable. Margot.
I'm waiting for someone, and it ain't you. Sod off.
Okay, you just booked it after us, though.
Ha! I found you, didn't I? Red, they said. Red, then dead.
Sigh. Is this going to be another attempt on your life? Because they're a frightful bore, frankly.
Not an attempt, mate. Not if I can bloody help it. Time's up, Your Highness. Let's dance. It's stabbing time.
You sure you want to do that? Oh, you fucking blinded all of us. What a dickbag. Well, no, you did get all of us, yeah. This isn't affected by blindness, though, is it? That might not even be... Oh, the target's too far. it's brutal. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Ifan seemed to get the worst of that. Alright, let's do a summon. Is this our first fight? Yeah, this is, I think, our first fight at level 3. So this should be quite a bit stronger. The summon has 21 health. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Bring a totem out as well.
Glory is mine.
What a nerd. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. That's nice. Alright, Ifan. That's the wrong one. Hit. Yes.
Patience now. Patience. I'll yield to none.
Well, damn. He went invisible, didn't he? Yeah. Not the first time that's happened. Shields up. I don't know where he's at, so I can't justify doing much else. Combat Examine. Highlight an enemy. Press right mouse button and select Examine. The higher your Lord Master, the more you can learn about your target. Yeah, but I can't really do that if he is invisible. So that part's a little unfortunate. Just save up that AP. There he is. Oh, you're gonna fortify yourself? You're gonna use your little your little physical armor? We got fire damage all up in this piece, man.
It's their frightful manners I mind the most, really.
It looks like Red Prince wants to have a chat.
Well, that was rather fun, wasn't it? I do find it ever so invigorating to cut a cutthroat's throat.
We're just gonna keep burning for the conversation. Say he seems awfully relaxed for someone who was just the target of an assassin.
Oh, one gets used to this kind of thing so quickly. This is hardly the first time someone's filled some poor fool's purse and bid him kill the prince. I'll tell you what, though. The House of Shadows will have to do a lot better if it seeks to get the better of me. All those bumblers they've sent so far mark a mere insult to my swordsmanship.
Cool. What's this guy got? Healing potion. Give it to somebody else. Is this a contract to kill? Nare, you've served me well in the past. You will do so again. Use the scroll included with this letter and cast it in a public square in Arx. You will be arrested for source use and shipped to Fort Joy. Once on the island, you will search for a red-skinned lizard. You will kill him. You will cut the body to pieces. You will ensure no magic in the world can restore him back to life. You have your orders. Your weight in gold awaits you. Good luck and good hunting. Well, damn. Identify. So these gloves are pretty good. Put those on. Let's heal up real quick. Oh, you got some better armor going here.
Patience, Mal. Patience.
A simple rat. Ooh, we got a rat. Let's talk to it. Oh no, a rat.
Do all lizards smell like oranges, or is it just that crazy fellow with the pointy tail?
This is so much like the last game where they just give you like hints about things.
And out, and in again.
In and out and in again. Whoa, what's this guy doing? A simple rhyme. Let's read it and see what it renames to. An old nursery rhyme reads, "Come join me where it's hot, come join me at the fire, come join me round the pot. That's how we make our dinner." What's it worth? 4? I don't know, we'll add it to wares. We'll talk to this lady in a minute. Loot the area first. Hey, there's Beast. We'll save him for later. We're gonna find a dig here. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll save Beast for later. What about Margot here? What you got?
The woman looks out on the gently lapping waves. She seems totally at peace, but as you approach, she turns to you with a cheerful smile.
Haven't seen you around here before. New?
Tell her you just arrived.
Well, don't worry too much if you have a hard time settling in. Takes a while to get used to the place. You here alone?
See, you've fallen in with a few travel... Oh, no. See, you've been lucky enough to make some close ties.
She gives you a long look.
You keep them friends of yours close, eh? Some of us haven't got anyone at all anymore. Not much in this world someone you love can't make better.
Thank her for the advice.
It's nothing. If I haven't learned that by now, I haven't learned anything at all.
Ask why she's here alone.
Used to be I had a family. A husband and a little boy. We were healers. Source was in our blood. Then they brought us here. I couldn't stop them from taking my boys from me when they did. Reckon they were cured. Maybe even released. Don't know why the Reds didn't take me too. Now I'm just waiting for them to call my name. Waiting and remembering.
Ask her to tell you more. What were her boys like?
Her eyes sparkle.
Kind of you to ask. Stefan, he was my little one. Smart as a whip and no less wicked. And my husband, he was called Felix. He was an expert healer. Could fix a broken bone in a short minute.
Take a seat in the sand and listen.
She talks for some time about birthdays, about Felix's prickly beard, about the skunk Stefan once dragged home for a pet. Joy radiates from her as she remembers. She places a warm hand on your shoulder.
What a gift to think of them. I'd like to give something to you too. A family recipe. One of Felix's best. He'd be happy to know it went to such a warm soul. Take care of yourself. You hear? You're a sweet one.
So I sorted by last picked up, and I'm not sure where it's at. I saw her hand us something, but it's like restoration scrolls and stuff. Nobody else has it. Lone Wolf contract. This is what we already read. So this assassination contract is the thing we just picked up, right? Yeah, from Narin. Okay. Doesn't look like anyone else has anything I want to look at. What is this? Stern letter from C1. Sort by type. Alright. Next up, we got a dude up here. Okay, so this is back... Yeah, that's back where Sebille is at. It's over this way. We got a barrel. Talk to Maul here. Maul? Maul?
I wonder what keeps you.
Oh.
Tell me your tale.
You have contamination skill book. Okay. So this... No, that's not what I want. I want poison dart. Poison dart. Let's check our wares here. Sell a few things. What we want to do here is get this skill book, and we won't be able to learn it yet because we don't have Geomancer 1. But this is going to let us put poison surfaces on the ground as a way to heal Fane in battle. So, worth keeping in mind. Also, okay, that's equipped. I was like, wait a minute. Sell the crappy stuff. We're not going to use the shiv. Or these weaker swords. The staff. A lot of similar items to the last game. Poison flask, water balloon, fire and poison arrows. Always fun to see things returning like that. Miscellaneous items here. You could sell the bedrolls. I have so many of them. You sell one. And any of these books worth anything? Crafting book. I don't think I've read this one. I don't recognize it. We're close. We're gonna owe a little bit of money, but it's not too bad. You know, but we're not gonna use this axe, are we? Slug's axe. And then we can't balance the offer, so now I gotta get rid of a couple things. I mean, that's so close, we might as well... No! Wait. 1 and 2 and... We are balanced, sweet. Anyway, here you are. I wonder what keeps you. Tell me your tale. Ask what he means. You've never met before.
We are unfamiliar, yet familiar. We are the same material, you agree? I am very curious. So tell me your tale.
Assent. Why not?
Start from the beginning. Start from where you come.
Explain that you come from another land, another time, another world, almost.
I see. Now tell me more. Tell me what you do. Tell me what you find.
Say that you seek to learn about this new world, and to learn what happened to the old.
I understand. Now tell me how your story ends.
Pause for a moment. You're not sure, but you hope it ends with answers.
To draw back the veil and see the truth is no simple task. To seek the unknown, maybe even the unknowable. We can see the things we lose, not with our eyes, but with our hearts. This ruby does the trick.
Thank him for the gift.
It is nothing. Many fragments swirl on my shore. See what I gather.
Yeah, we just bought from him, but there's more. Or not more, but there's other things we could have chosen to purchase. Alright. Let's go take care of like one more thing, and then I'm gonna wrap up. We'll talk to this crab first. It's on the way.
Call it like a dog. A very tall, very strange-smelling dog. I'd pity you, but Shepwrecked the Ineffable has a soft spot for beauty, and you carry that choker off so very well.
Ask the crab what it's doing out here.
Laughing in the faces of my enemies, of course. Little do they know, the most powerful sorcerer the world has ever known scuttles on their very shores.
So you're a powerful sorcerer, okay. Ask the crab how it came by its source powers.
Its power is my birthright, same as yours, but one of us has grown to astounding heights, and the other has sunk into depths too humiliating to describe. Pity.
Ask if it knows what exactly goes on inside the fort.
Sorcerers dance while magisters pull the strings. Fools all! Their tomfoolery won't save them from the destruction the void shall wreak upon them.
Ask if there's any way out of Fort Joy.
But of course, they'll happily dump your meager bony corpse into the sea when they're through with you. Oh, the tragedy of it.
Raise an eyebrow. Didn't the Order bring you here to cure you?
Ha! Of course, precious. But which is worse, the cure or the disease?
All right there. I liked Pincer a lot from the last game. My friends would call me Pincer if I had any. However she said it. Raw bird leg. I bet we can cook that. Oh, I see red. I was like, I see red on the map. I picked that shell up. Ooh, experience! Alright, here's what we're gonna try. Can we sneak up here? No! Wow! Oh no, he goes first. And he oils us. Damn it. Who's next? That one's next. He's way back there. We do get a high ground bonus, but I think if I could summon that far away... Let's make this blood dude. And let's actually summon an elemental totem. We could do it out of the oil. Or I could just put it out here to, I don't know, mess with them. Or I could dimensional bolt. Physical damage, not too bad. 2 AP. And we'll follow up with this mosquito swarm. That's beautiful. Go after the summon, hell yeah. Alright, Ifan, what are you going to do? Who's next? That one? How much does this cost? 3. 8 to 11 physical. That should work then. Let's try to cripple this thing. Yes. Let's examine. Cripple does movement speed and dodging, but it doesn't handle, it doesn't reduce AP like the last game. I was about to say, let me guess, Fossil Strike? Of course. Of course. Who's next? You? We haven't even worked on you yet. Can't really do much. Save AP. That one had magical armor. Interesting. I just now noticed that. So for these... hit him with that. And hit him with that. Oh, we jacked him up. Haha, what a waste of a turn. I love it. I think his ranged, his fossil strike is probably on a cooldown. I think that's what's happening. Let's see. Summon a totem. In that blood. And let's give my summon a boost. Nice. Good job, Totem. Elemental arrows. Oh, right. We have to be way closer, though. What if we do it on oil? Oily arrows. What does that do? Adds earth damage. Sweet. Who do I want to go after? You? Sweet. What's the burning do? How much damage? 5 to 6? So it's not going to kill him, unfortunately. Oh, not enough AP. Don't kill him! No! After I infused him? What a jerk. Okay, that guy's dead from the burning, right? So we need to go after the others. Yep. You'd love to see it. Let's get a blood totem out there. We'll just hit this guy with dimensional bolt. Oh yeah, this guy's done. The blood totem's probably gonna kill him. Sweet! So that first one there on the right, I think that's the one that had magic armor. Almost as if that one is special. Right? Just saying. Something to consider. And he has gloves of teleportation. So, yes. It was special. And this is what that guy asked us to do. Lohse talked to him and he was like, yo, there's crocodilians that have the item we need. And so that's what we've just done. We've killed the crocodilians. Crocodilians. Magilla. Were you sent out? Is this going to be the thing about how that guy's been sending other people out here? Is that what it's going to be? Is this where we're going to learn he's sent other people and they've died? Or is this who originally owned the gloves? If the rumors are true, I'll be rich as an ancient. Can't expect less from a king's vault, even one on a prison island. If it's anything like the Silver Glen jails, getting out will be as easy as getting in. They'll take any sorcerer these days, and that's easy enough to fake. Landed. Found a good mark right away. Says he's got a teleporter spell I can filch easy enough. Just had to say I'd escape with him. Far be it from me to lead a stranger to all that gold, though. So close I can almost smell it. The vault ought to be just outside the prison if I can believe Barbara. Her map's my golden ticket. I see it behind my lids when I close my eyes. So there's a vault somewhere. The Vault of Brachus Rex, according to the quest log. Sounds pretty exciting. I'm sure we'll have to check that out. Alright, let's get this shell. And let's come back here a little ways and let's park it and call it a strum. Now we are pretty close to Beast. Oh, we never looted that. We're pretty close to Beast, so we'll open up next time by talking to him. I didn't feel like doing that today because it's going to be another lengthy dialogue. And we have a locked chest here. I should have read the dialogue. We talked about brute force. It's picklock. We've upgraded thievery once. Is it going to be enough? It is a rain skill book. Alright, we should probably do this. Alright. We'll head back this way now. Like I said, we'll park it up here near Beast and we'll talk to him at the beginning of next stream. Save. All right. We are. Alrighty. So that's been it. That's going to be it for the first stream of Divinity Original Sin 2 Enhanced Edition. And I think we made some good progress today. So just to kind of recap what we've done. Yo, this rat just came booking it in here. Just to kind of recap what we've done today. We start out. We saw a little opening cutscene of this. You know, this lady was talking about how she like basically intentionally got herself captured. She used Source as a way to get herself captured. And it seems like it was Wendigo, who we then encountered on the ship. So we were among the people that were being brought onto this ship along with her. And we're all sorcerers. This crab just says, may the void woken consume... something, I missed it. Anyway, so we're all being captured and put on this ship because that's what they do with sorcerers now. A lot's changed since the last game. We're being rounded up and brought to an island with this place called Fort Joy, where it's not very great. It's a bit of a hellhole. It's not a fun place to be. You don't want to be here. So we're kind of trying to escape Fort Joy. That's our big objective now. But the journey here didn't go all that well, did it? During the ride here, Wendigo just removes her source collar and is like, I'm gonna summon the Void Woken, but I'm gonna use Source, which is then gonna call forth the Void Woken, basically. And we still don't quite know what the Void Woken are. But the ship gets attacked by a kraken, tentacle, hentai monster, and destroyed. And then we all kind of got saved by this. There was this voice that talked to us and told us that, you know, it's not our time to die. So then, yeah, we find ourselves here at Fort Joy, and we want to escape. But everybody seems to have, like, a thing that they're doing, right? The Red Prince was looking for these dreamers. Ifan is actually here to kill Alexander, who seems to be, like, the lead bishop of the Divine Order, right? Or is it of the Magisters? I might be saying the wrong thing, but he's a big deal. And Ifan is here to kill him. And Lohse, well, she's just kind of got wrapped into things, but she's got her own problem with this, like, you know, these, like, voices in her head, right? So, that's kind of cool. We basically spent a lot of time wandering around the fort now, learning about the locals here, if that's the right wording, but learning about, like, just the politics of it, right? Where Griff, this criminal boss, is kind of running things. Seeing how all the different players fit together, basically. And we've also seen the Magisters, who are kind of the guards running this place, like, officially. You know, they kind of let Griff do his crime under their noses, I guess. But the official Magisters that, like, run this place, we saw when Alexander and his, like, you know, I don't know what you'd call her, Dallis, like the Hammer, his... you know, henchmen or whatever, I don't know the right word, but they're kind of pressuring this Atusa, who's like, yo, you're a traitor to the Magister Order, you were helping people escape, you know, cut your tongue out. And Atusa's gonna do it, and they're like, you know what, never mind, we're just gonna kill you. Like, they're fucking ruthless, they're brutal, basically. So it seems like they're a great crowd to be around. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of things lined up. We've already got some potential ways to escape the fort. And we got Beast here, who we'll talk to next time. That should be it for all the origin characters, right? I don't think I'm missing anyone. So he'll be the last one to talk to and see what he's up to. And yeah, so next time tomorrow we'll probably manage to escape the fort. Just given that it'll be another 6 or so hour stream, I think we got time to do it. So yeah, that's going to be it for today. So as I usually say, thank you to anybody who showed up. Whether you're lurking, chatting, masturbating, whatever you like to do while you watch the stream, I greatly appreciate it. If you are new here, if you're listening, please consider hitting that follow button. Greatly appreciate it. If you are watching on YouTube and you're still listening for some reason, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell, leaving a comment if you're so inclined. I greatly appreciate all of that good stuff. All that's free. The follows, the likes, the subs, all that stuff is free. It doesn't cost you a dime. So I greatly appreciate that. I normally stream Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So tomorrow, the 8th of May, is a Sunday. It is a stream day. Hopefully I'll be on around noon. I screwed up today. I started a bit late, unfortunately. That's really my fault from yesterday. After stream, I stayed up until after 3 o'clock. I was working on code for most of the night. I got into like this hyper focus and I was like, I need to keep working on this. I don't want to stop. And then I'm like, I keep looking at the clock. It's getting later and later. I'm like, I need to go to bed. So I woke up just before 11 and you know what sucks? I went to, I got up, I ordered food through Uber Eats. I jump in the shower and it's usually perfect, right? I get out the shower, there's no driver assigned to it still, which sometimes happens, but usually a driver gets assigned by then, especially because I do priority. But a few minutes later, it just cancels and it says, we're sorry, but like Chicken Express can't complete your order or something. This happened the last time I used Chicken Express, not too long ago. I need to drive by there and see if that one's shut down or something, and it's just like still erroneously in the Uber Eats app, because I'm curious why it's happened twice in a row there. My buddy said that when he did that, it was at Chicken Express in his area, and that exact same thing happened to him, and then he found out it was like replaced by a Popeyes or something, so who knows. I need to double check and see what's happened, because it's been twice in a row now. So I lost time, because then I was like, well, fuck, I don't really have a lot of food to make right now, so I had to go, you know, drive and go get something myself, which was good. Very good food. I still have leftovers, actually, but point is, that made me a little late today, especially getting up so late after staying up all night coding, but it's fun to ramble. It's fun to ramble about my personal life a bit. Anyway, I gotta piss like a racehorse, and so before I piss on myself, I'm gonna go ahead and call it, go ahead and wrap up. I already did my main outro. We already kind of talked about what we're gonna do next time. Just keep working on getting out of Fort Joy and seeing what this place has in store for us. Seems like there's a lot of interesting threads already showing up. So yeah, it's cool. And until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job.